stores, they try to run, but LSPD's got the gun. Handcuffs click and justice done. Heroes under midnight sun. LSPD on top, they never stop. Protect and serve, they got it locked. From the streets to every block, catching crime around the clock. ATMs and store alarms, drug deals and the shady bonds. Any crime they will disarm, bringing safety with their charm. LSPD on top, they never stop. Protect and serve, they got it locked. From the streets to every block, catching crime around the clock. ATMs and store alarms, drug deals and the shady bonds. Any crime they will disarm, bringing safety with their charm. LSPD on top, they never stop. Protect and serve, they got it locked. From the streets to every block, catching crime around the clock. In the dark, they shine so bright. Fear no evil in the fight.
Oh my god, what the, she needs some clothes.
They lead the way for the city night and day. ATMs and store all along, but LSPD's got the gun. Handcuffs click and justice done. Heroes under midnight sun.
I have no idea. What? Why is this person crying? Never. Oh wait. I just. I got a lot of messages. Alright, well, let's see. I don't know where it is. They changed all the clothes and I'm upset. I don't know who's coming other than me today. Of course. I love Court. Court is my favorite. Of course, on every character. If I bring my personal vehicle, I think that I can park it in the garage. Eh. I am always out to fuck up a Crim's Day. I wonder if people even show up. I haven't seen them. I've driven past their block like so many times. Aw, my puppy is so cute. So cute, Rocco. I got more medicines for you. You'll love it. I don't have any hot dogs, so you'll be forced to eat ice cream tonight. Poor thing. I do have some hot dogs, but they're ballparks. You're only good enough for cheap school hot dogs. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do here. Ashbrook's not here. What am I gonna do? Let's see who's on duty. Oh, Magnus is around. Perfect. Eraser Indigo. Craft. Hawk. Prima. She already did hers. Nobody else I can. What? Hi. Can I not send text messages? What's going on? Oh, that is unfortunate. 226-41-8. Is that just me or is all the phones?
Kelly Bryce.
Oh, hey, ma'am. What? Now. I gotta find somebody to compliment. I'm not even driving. What is that? Listen, when it gets to core time, I'm not. I'm gonna crash into that car on purpose. I'm just kidding. How am I supposed to reach? I'll just crash into BPD. It'll be fine. Then I'll find somebody in there to compliment. Doesn't count. I like 50 minutes. Sure. There we go. I'm not doing this in court. So save your... Oh, I can't take a selfie. Oh, maybe I can. I don't know what's going on. Yep. Well... There we go. Oh. Is it working? Oh. Look at that. What is going on? Oh my god. There's my compliment. Oh my gosh. Ah! 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 Me. I am not punching the judge. You are insane. That's a great way to find myself in felony contempt of court. I punched somebody in here. Hopefully... somebody's in here. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, well. You've been having issues with your phone.
Yeah, everything's been a little bit slow for me lately.
Yeah, that's my problem. Like, I went to send Indigo a text and he sent it twice.
Yeah, I've been having issues where, like, if I take photos with the phone, it'll take 7 or 8 copies of it.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
You're good. Yeah, I think since the little pipeline stuff,
Kind of stuff.
the infrastructure, the pipeline infrastructure, since that all got changed, it feels like there's been some issues with phones and everything.
Oh, well, that's above my pay grade. I don't know nothing about that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's nothing we can do.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Is the state been crazy today?
I just clocked in. I asked Stevens and he said it's been pretty quiet.
Use the Q word.
Yeah, not on the radio though.
Q word. What's the matter if it's on the radio? Now somebody's gonna die today. That's.
Please be me.
There's-
Please be me.
Oh my god. Listen, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. You have beautiful eyes, by the way.
Oh, appreciate it.
Ah!
Ow!
I'm
What
so
the
sorry.
fuck?
Do you need bandages?
It's fine. I got fucking 60 on me.
Oh, that's way more than me. I only got 30. I got court. My
Ew,
half hour.
court.
I'm so excited. I just love court so much.
What's it for?
Aggravated attempted murder in the first degree ×2 and obstruction of justice.
Jesus Christ, who's that against?
Logan Kingsman for the
Ooh.
attempted murder. What baffles me too is that the other co-defendant or suspect that was apprehended at the same time for the same charges pled guilty.
Oh, that's fucked him over. That is absolutely fucked him over.
Interesting.
Yeah, that just makes your case so much easier. Because you've already got basically all your statements of facts and all that. Well, the charge is more so. The charge is more so fit because the friend, yeah.
Oh my god,
Yep.
what is he gonna say about my evidence? He's gonna be like,
Womp,
no
womp
evidence.
to him.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. That's like friends like those who needs enemies.
402 show tech 8 for County Highway.
Ooh, County Highway. I might go up there and
Oh, that sounds fun.
yeah, I might go and keep an eye on a few things up there.
Not it. Where did my
Delta 39 will touch. You said TAC 8, correct, Indigo?
338? Well, have fun,
Delta
be safe.
39 TAC. Will do, you too.
Hello.
I think I closed it. Dang it.
911.
What does this guy want? What's he got to say about my evidence? Listen, I checked it 3 times before I submitted it last night. I stayed up way too late. Fucking posting this
route to the
evidence.
911 as well. If you want to hop on tech 8 quick.
Is fire rescue cleared to roll in on that latest 911?
Oh, thank fucking God. They have more rebuttals to the fucking... That's gonna...
519 to the units on that latest 911 El Rancho. Fire rescue is wondering if they're code 4 to roll in.
Uncertain, have them hop on TAC 8.
Yeah, they should be code 4 to roll in.
If you want to hop on TAC 8 fire rescue for that latest 911, it sounds like it's code 4, but I would just confirm with them.
10-4, TAC 8.
Any available 10-8 unit, there's going to be a court case in about 30 minutes that could use security. There's currently only one deputy here, so if anybody wants to join, feel free. I'll be on court tech.
Oh, perfect. Nobody's at the court. Well, that's me raging. We'll just repair it again. I don't know who put that fucking pole there. I'm not beating the shit out of anybody in a courthouse. No more points. I am most definitely not going to punch the judge. Mr. McCready, I feel like, would rip me a new asshole and make me eat it in front of the court. I reviewed my statement of facts multiple times. I recall the incident.
41.
I don't know how to turn off that turn signal, to be honest with you. Apparently that was it. Did somebody steal a RT-3000? I don't know what that is. Oh my gosh.
Thanks for your guys' service.
Take me with you.
Thank you for your service. Get well soon, Garcia.
Oh, that's, Maze Gray. Kelly. Just walk normally. No, I did 2 compliments. No, it's not me.
Oh, is that like a
Yes, it
conflict
is.
thing?
Yes, ma'am.
991, show me 1042, y'all stay safe.
Hello, your
Thank you,
timing is
ma'am.
Thanks
impeccable.
for your service.
Your timing is impeccable.
Oh, well, thank you. I was here before, but then I left.
Okay. How are you doing?
Oh, above average.
Always above average. I'll always remember that of you.
Listen, there's something that I did not articulate in my statement, I don't think, very good. But
So,
part of the other reason that they were charged with first degree is because they were very persistent initially in attempting to pick up Charlie, and then the vehicle stopped trying to pick him up and reversed down the street and parked on the sidewalk where the driver, Mr. Logan Kingsman, got out. So the fact that they were no longer attempting to get him out of there and had parked up also was indicative.
I will
of
be
the planning.
asking you a very similar line of question of you alluding to why first was pressed in the cells. So don't worry about that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Kelly, I've been planning for this court case since 3 o'clock this morning. That's how airtight I've been trying to make it.
The base is 3 o'clock this morning.
It's since 3 o'clock this morning. Got maybe
Dang.
4 hours of sleep, so I told you I'd come in fighting. I made sure I have a motion that's going to rattle them. They put false evidence to Barrett's deposition yesterday, and he basically testified that it's not accurate whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I pointed that out in our emails. That
Yeah.
recreation, yeah, that was definitely not accurate.
Well, I'm about to sink your ship because I've got it under oath and perjury. I will tell you this, I haven't reached out to him. You were his FTO, so I wanted to inform you first. Arlo did get the date wrong because I got the date wrong in my line of questioning. However, because he was a cadet at the time, I might be able to pull it off on the fact it's only a 2-day spread. I accidentally said the 13th, not the 11th, because I looked when the docket was filed. Which is a misunderstanding we all can do, but I have everything prepared for that
Yeah, we
too.
waited the 48 hours, that way we could have all of the evidence posted.
719 back on main.
Yeah, I
and,
realize that.
Forensic reports back.
MDT just straight not working.
Ms. Janet might be on the stand, we'll see.
Affirm.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Oh, that will be fun. I'm all geared up for that one.
Well, she pled guilty to
My
the same
MDT.
charges that Logan is facing today, so...
Yeah, I'm basically going to ask her. I can't tell if it's leading or not. I'd actually like your opinion because exhaustion. I was basically going to ask her if she pled guilty to the charges presented to her on the 13th, and she can't lie on the stand.
Well, you could ask her how she pled to them.
Yeah, I can.
But if you're cross-examining her, then you can definitely ask her leading questions.
Oh, I'm not cross-examining. I'm direct with her.
Oh, nice. Hold on one second. Hello, this is Above Average Corporal Kelly Price, Los Santos Police Department Board Certified Trademark. What can I do for you?
Hey, it's Indigo. Can you look at your MDT, tell me if it's working, please? I don't know, like, touch it or something.
You want me
Look
to...
at stuff.
I'll look up a person.
Anything.
It's slow, but it's functional.
Okay.
That's a lovely
Alright, thank
picture.
you.
Everything's real slow today. Like I said, my text message sent you twice. Apparently because it's been so
okay.
slow. So I don't know what's going on with it, but God bless us if it don't work during processing.
Yeah, that'd be our fucking luck without, yeah. Sounds
I mean,
about
we
right.
could probably still
Definitely
process them
responding to
and
the
just
latest.
make sure to
90.
write it in the report later.
Alright, cool, thanks.
Yeah, no
Thanks for
problem.
letting me know.
505.
All right, have an
Well,
above
you
average
be
day.
safe.
Oh, always.
You be safe, you be above average.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I will. I make court. I
Alright.
love court. You know how I
See ya.
feel about court.
Yep, we'll have fun.
Oh, I will.
I'll see you later.
Later, man.
Bye.
For 923, store robbery.
God, that's so
active.
nice. I never speak to her. She's never around when I am. But yes, you just open-ended question. How did you plead?
Yeah, that's basically what. So the way I've got it set up is were you processed that day for a crime? What crime was that? And what was your plea that day? Boom. Slam
I
dunk.
don't remember what crimes I was charged with on that day. I don't remember that day.
And then I can get it stricken.
402 to
you know.
whoever said their MDT wasn't working, could you give me a call,
If she
please?
does do that, then she becomes a
Yeah, 10-4.
hostile witness.
Fair enough.
For that.
I know that when she was in the
Negative,
cells
I'm
and they asked
unaffected.
if she used her firearm
Got
to
text
shoot an
with that?
officer, she said she didn't remember.
519 to Indigo. I think your phone might be broken.
It's alright. I've got all her gunshot residue and everything like that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, if she lies on the stand, that's left for the judge to decide on, you know? She's already entered a plea of guilt.
What's that you on, Daniel?
The courts can't refute that either.
Nope.
246 also Thatcher. You can take one more. April can take one more.
Well, I'll let you think. I don't want to
You're
bother
okay.
you while you're asking.
No, you're
Getting
keeping
through
me
stuff.
calm. You're keeping me calm. I'm...
Oh.
The stress I have of this, because I know you guys want to push first-degree murder on this, is high, and I want to make sure that I go out and make sure I do my best in court for you guys today, because, again, as I stated in the emails last day and all, I just, you know, I feel like I have that obligation to y'all.
Well, I appreciate it. Let me ask your opinion on something.
Sure.
There was a bench trial the other day.
Chat's already come forth to me with this. I haven't read the ruling personally, but go on.
Oh, in the bench trial, well, the judge basically ruled that it was not aggravated attempted murder in the second degree because despite the fact that the individuals were chasing officers with knives and swinging at them with knives, definitely attempting to murder them with knives, it was not attempted murder because they didn't actually stab them.
Yeah, I heard that. Magnus is also sitting on this case, which is also a part of my worry because on the case that I was with him with Lily, I don't know if you had a chance to attend that. We were waiting for evidence to come in, and it was medical records for one of the rangers that had a spike driven through his foot. The individual got off scot-free, saying that she wasn't able to be placed due to the foot, even though we had her DNA on scene and fingerprints. But basically called Lily a child during that as well and withheld the evidence, didn't get the evidence until the very end and wanted us to submit it in court at the very end, which we both said no. Because if we do appeal it, then it's grounds for appeal.
That's fair. Oh, I'm prosecuting Rowan Hendricks, and they are trying to have it dismissed under some precedent that it's a violation of the Speedy Trial Act. That's going to be an uphill battle with him, I think.
Yeah, they're getting snippy on the Speedy Trial Act, the defense side is.
Oh, and I have no problem with the Speedy Trial Act. I believe in it. I have done everything in my power to push the case forward, including filing multiple submissions, evidence, requesting subpoenas, and affidavits from multiple individuals. That ain't my fault.
No, it's not. If there's not compliance, that's not on you. You just gotta prove that there's no compliance.
And I argued.
Oh my god, it's a ghost.
Who that?
Isaac Gray in the flesh.
Time.
No, you're good. Kelly, this is one of my oldest friends. Actually, my oldest friend in the city. This is Isaac Gray.
Hello.
All of us came together. My phone is broken. Liam, your phone's broken.
All of the phones are broken. What are you gonna do if you're not...
What's up?
Hey. What am I going to do after I'm not state attorney?
Yeah.
And not in DOJ? I might in the department. Also a veterinarian, so I was kind of considering working with the dogs and such like that.
Okay. Sounds... I like dogs.
Yeah, it's a little bit more relaxing than jumping into court on a daily basis.
I love court. It's my favorite. It ain't always perfect. I don't always agree. I love court.
I despised it.
Yeah, he worked in DOJ for a little bit.
If I wasn't an officer, I'd probably
Yeah, or
be a prosecutor.
Howdy?
Hello there.
Hey, Jack.
You hear me?
Yeah,
No.
we can hear
Oh,
you.
okay.
It's like everything's very slow right now, so...
Yeah, like my phone is completely borked.
yeah,
No,
can I
mine
go?
was too.
Yeah, I have no contacts and no apps.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, can I go in the courtroom yet, or do I have to wait?
It's not
I
in
don't-
session yet, so.
Not in session. I don't think I can actually talk with you for too long, sir.
Okay.
Actually, for one of you officers, can I give you something
Ignore
that
the latest flag.
I
Police vehicle,
don't need to have
Jimmy got
anymore?
pulled out of his car.
Oh my god, what is it?
It's my government badge.
Can someone unflag that?
Oh.
He isn't in the government anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go down to the station to hand in. That's like a formal thing.
Oh, alright. I was hoping.
What
The
if
only
I
way-
took your
the only
ID
way
and
you can-
pretended to be you, and we're both ginger?
Fair, fair.
If anybody says anything about me having facial hair, I will end you right here. Allegedly.
Allegedly, I was going to say, Kelly, hang on a second, Kelly. Kelly, I'm still your lawyer for a handful of days. Come on.
I said allegedly.
You did say allegedly.
I was politically motivated.
I like how both the defendants came up and started asking me questions like, I don't think I can talk to you. I would recommend walking away. I can give you my name and my occupation, but other than that, I can't have a formal conversation with you. Respectfully.
Well, that first lady was Miss Gray.
Yeah, and I think that was Kingsman.
She changed her hair a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed. But we can't change if people change their hair dye.
No.
And you guys have photo evidence of her being missing, so. Hey, Miles. Why are you in a suit?
Because I'm here to watch you on your last case.
Jesus Christ, how many people did Garcia call?
All of them.
Nobody. Not me, at least.
Fair.
But now I see I could have been here and getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Go get changed.
You still could go get paid for it.
No, I'm good, because then I could get called into a call and I need to be here.
That's honestly fair.
So is everyone's phone messed up?
Yeah,
or is yours
everyone's phone's messed up.
Okay.
'Cause I
Outstanding.
can't. I was trying to call McGrath, but
Just use a payphone forehead.
Wait, McGrath is around?
My phone
yeah,
is
he's
working.
an officer now.
Holy shit, okay.
Yeah,
He's a
but you're
deputy.
a special case, Bryce.
Sweet Sensations is now open. Find us at Howitt Kenolta. John Coronado. They're also hiring. Look at that.
Are you trying to tell me I need to go into like the sweet industry here, Kelly?
Oh, God,
Absolutely
don't do
not.
that.
I mean,
Kelly's had
I
enough
feel like
sweets.
Coronado was also in the legal profession, so we might be a good place to.
Coronado's a
I
good
swore
lawyer.
if I ever retired to multiple people that I would never step into the defense field. And Jack has heard me say this due to the fact I know what potential I can do in the defense field, and you guys would hate me for the rest of my life.
You would do some damage.
Some.
No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. She would let me win. Right?
It's not about winning or losing.
It's
in
not
the court
about
of
winning
law.
or
It is
quiz.
about justice and the truth, sir.
Smile?
Smile.
That would be
Okay, so I'm gonna munch on a chocolate strawberry right in front of you guys.
Wow.
Nom, nom, nom.
Well, I heard if you was drinking whiskey right in front of her, that'd be more of a problem.
Okay, let me do that as well.
Or is there a court case?
Here's a court case.
Ooh, is it a particularly fun one?
Attempted first
They're
degree murder.
always fun, sir.
Aggravated.
I mean, some can be boring. Some can be very fun.
Never heard courtroom and fun in the same sentence.
I don't know, have you ever been to divorce court?
No, fuck
yes,
that. I
sadly.
hate court.
Sadly, I was at the one for the, what was it? The, TANs.
I remember being at a divorce court, and then the lady got really angry at the judge and threw a shoe at him.
I feel like I miss all the fun. I want to go
Yeah.
to court. I should just go and watch all the court cases.
There
Hey,
you go.
Coop, is DOC coming for court security, or are you guys doing court?
No fucking clue.
Oh, that's a good question.
Christ.
Is DLC available or no?
Well, we kind of need security for court. You might want to call it all Maine.
Not it.
I'll go on duty. I'll come here.
Okay.
I mean, you can't you just chain his arms and legs to the bench?
I can ask.
Wait, I'm gonna go get a
No, that's
uniform.
unethical.
But is what he did ethical?
It depends on the verdict of the court. I don't give a sway
Yeah,
either way.
sadly, that's not up for discussion just yet.
Yeah, that's for the court. I'm still having tea to make sure my nerves are calm enough for it, so.
You got
Yeah,
this.
well,
As long as
If
you're
it makes you
prepared,
feel better.
you good to go.
I forgot my water. 1 second.
Honestly, I just assume people are guilty at this point. I see people getting shot 24/7.
Yeah.
Well, the presumption is innocence until proven guilty.
It's like, oh, you came in here because you shot somebody? Okay, yeah.
The eyes of the law is innocent until proven guilty. It is better to find a guilty person innocent than to punish an innocent person.
Mm-hmm. Hence why the justice system exists, so that it can be swayed either side. Hence why it's usually tangible by a scale. My bad.
Yep, and then I spend last evening watching
We have a
Law-Abiding
court
Citizen, and I
proceeding
start
in
to question
15
everything.
minutes. Are any minutes available for security assistance?
Jack, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh God, thank you.
You thought about being a door kicker after you're done?
282 can route as
Me?
well.
Yeah.
Going back into that, I don't know
Yeah.
if people want
Leave
me
court
in that.
tech.
Oh, come on. We could go kicking doors for fun.
Isaac.
In the back of the car.
He's asking me to be swole.
Hello,
What do you
this
think
above
on that
average
one?
Corporal Kelly Price, Los
He's
Santos
asking you
Police
to be
Department,
what?
bar certified
SWAT.
trademark. What can I do for you? Hello? Is your phone not working? Is my phone not working? Who this? I don't know who this is, but I can't heard you. I'm gonna hang up, okay? Thanks for the call. And maybe you'll call back and I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Have an above average day.
I don't know who tried to call me.
Yeah, somebody tried to call me too.
Yeah, I couldn't hear them.
That's what I said. That's what I said on the phone. Maybe they couldn't hear me either. But I told them they have an above average day.
Oh, might be able to get through this time. Hello, you tried calling?
I show Delta 1941.
Hello. Hi.
Occupation Courthouse.
It's going well. Who am I speaking to? Hey, how you doing? Oh no, I'm standing right here.
Hello.
In the courthouse.
Hello.
Evening.
Is it at the fucking city hall? God damn it.
No, it's not.
Hey, Ryan,
It said.
It said courtroom
You can
1
hear me on main. I think all
on the docket.
Alright, let's go.
I think all my devices.
You wanna ride?
I'm looking at the docket right now. It literally says courtroom 1. Okay, I'm staring at the docket, so
I was surprised myself.
I am 100%. Oh, it did say city hall. Okay, we're on the way.
Yeah, come on.
Well.
Shut up.
Wait, is this City
Shut
Hall?
up.
Hey, Price, I got a question.
What's that?
You know how long this would be? Because, I don't know. I've got like an hour and a half-ish. Is that...
Should
You
be-
think that's sufficient?
Hopefully.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes.
Will
If
you
not, I'll try
advise
and get
on
someone else.
Cortac that it's a City Hall?
What? Say it again?
Yeah, I'll just do it. The court proceedings at City Hall.
Oh.
226, be advised that this is going to be happening at City Hall.
I didn't even know they had a courtroom over there.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
It's the,
But I just gotta stand around for this,
pretty much.
essentially.
But it's some individuals that tried to murder us in premeditation and intent over disorderly conduct and failure to identify. So it could get spicy.
Okay, interesting.
Coming in at once, so I searched for one of the
Well, I'll be ready to go.
They don't really like when you tell them to take their mask off, I guess.
Whatever you do, don't ask for their name. Just checking your doors.
Forward.
Front, away.
99 on me, just so everyone's aware of the court proceedings at City Hall on the courthouse.
It's gonna be over out of the...
open over in quarter.
Funny last Bart. Is that his name? Jack Barton. He helped her get expunged me.
Let's go.
282, I've been recruited by the judge to act as bailiff.
Oh my god, congratulations on that.
Thank God, I don't know if I can handle bailiff.
An oath warrant affirmation, sir.
Hello, my name's Officer Wavebug. Do I say police?
I wouldn't let him in, he looks sus.
In the very beginning.
What's up?
Hello.
Somebody's sitting here.
I think Raven was, but...
Oh, well, I'm not taking her chair.
Hey, you can take my spot. I'm leaving soon anyway.
Oh, well, thanks. Like front row seat.
I don't get to see her with her mask off very often.
I have to do this very carefully, otherwise I'll end up on somebody's lap.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Ah!
Oh, that's cozy.
I'm about to get an eye complaint. I love court. It's my
Do you get
day.
subpoenaed for this case, or are you just watching?
Oh, subpoenaed.
Ooh, spicy.
Watching. If it's security.
You're here for security.
Security.
Oh, you keeping it secure.
That surprised me. Holding it down.
Doesn't the guy to Miles's left look like Cinder a little bit?
A little bit, right? the emo variant
Yeah,
of Cinder.
yeah, literally.
Oh yeah, a little bit. My phone's so slow today. Very frustrating.
Fucked.
Who do you send to pink? Identify. Although you're
DVD.
not legally required. Is a what?
That is
DVD.
DVD? What's a DVD?
Dominic Van Dyke.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's crazy, Price. That's
crazy.
Well, listen.
I literally helped you. I gave you a
Yeah,
blanket and everything.
Even he can wear a suit.
Appreciate that. Listen. Here's the thing. I was at a bench trial the other day, and I was on the stand testifying to my cadet. And I said, yeah, I had a cadet named. I had literally just been riding with him, and arrested somebody with him. And I had to think about it, okay? I'm real
all good.
bad with names. I gotta work on it, okay?
To be fair, you got shot, so.
That's also fair.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, my dog is running in his sleep. So cute.
I don't think so.
I keep forgetting that I ain't got to work tomorrow.
My brother?
So amazing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about.
I need it.
Cheese. I could spit it in your mouth, baby.
What the fuck?
This is where I make it
I don't
really
ask
cringe and
questions.
start doing like gulping noises.
Do you guys think
I could never.
I would need a company to have people do a competition for a vehicle? Like if I were to be like doing an event where people have to do a competition to get like money, but I don't make anything from it. No one has to submit money to compete in the competition.
You get in charge too.
Would I need a business for that, you guys think?
You could petition
Probably
the state and be
not.
sponsored by a business.
Or
I
that,
mean,
yeah.
you can speak with the department. Probably the department would sponsor something like that too. Depends on the competition, though. I would say very easy to get a sponsor.
Yeah. I'm thinking of having some sort of application process for to be accepted and to be an event, like a game show almost. And I feel like that might be require a business license.
You know what I
could
wanted
be.
to do?
Yo.
This was my brilliant plan. Back in my detective days, I wanted to host a reality show called San Andreas Cribs.
Yeah, but that motherfucker.
And I would go to people's houses and tour them, and show their houses off. So you've got the best decorating skills, and then at the same time, I would also learn where all the criminals lived.
Please, sir, take
That's actually genius. I love that.
It's very smart. I like that.
I mean, I could do that here, but I don't want to be a detective. No offense, detective. It ain't for me.
It's crazy.
Is it?
That's crazy.
You find yourself doing a lot of paperwork, pursuing people that
Actually-
ain't never gonna get caught until they finally caught.
Is it top of the line?
Depends on what case you
already
take
broke
on.
down 5 times.
That's fair.
I'm not gonna lie, that guy does actually look like my brother.
I'm just trying to balance my passions out.
Someone shank him.
He's great.
I have no doubt. So I have a very specific schedule and availability. I just don't know that I'd be able to commit the time necessary.
That shows intent, right?
I'm the same.
Like a little cat. Just go down
Okay,
there.
well,
Alright, I'm gonna head out,
fuck my
guys.
excuses. Thanks
Good
for
luck.
showing up.
Of course.
Hope you found
I'll see you
it.
guys later. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah,
Bye-bye.
DVD.
Yeah, fuck your excuses.
Oh, perfect.
That man is very bold.
I see what that means.
If you want to give it a try, just give it a try. You can always just if it's not your
Very
thing,
He
you
was
can always go
my
back.
Very bold.
second FPO.
Was he?
And then you were my third.
Oh my god. You want me to review my notes on you?
Sure.
All rise for the
Goddamn.
Honorable Judge McCready.
Just kidding.
Are we studying? I guess so.
Look at chair.
Maybe
Beaver
seated.
speak. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit nervous.
Alrighty, well, we finally made it, but we are here. Apologies for all the delays and rescheduling, folks. This is 2024 CM 326, State of San Andreas versus Logan Kingsman and Maze Gray. Before we get underway today, there's a few things I want to address pre trial, and then we should get underway. Before that, a little speech from myself. There will be no contemptuous behavior to be had. So this is outbursts, talking to anybody loudly, anything that would be disrupting the court procedure. Now, with that being said, this is the only warning you will get. Anybody found to be in violation of this order will be held in contempt of court and spending some nice time in the state pen with a nice hefty. So, just before we get underway today, can I just confirm the representation for the state, please?
Yes, Your Honor. State Attorney Jessica Ashbrook.
Wonderful. And counsel for the defense?
Public Defender's Office, first chair.
Public Defender's Office, second chair.
Okay. So, could I have the defendants state their names and rise, please? Or rise and state their names. We'll start with from left to right, my left.
Hello, Logan Kingsman is my name.
Wonderful.
Oh, it's me. Maze Gray, M-A-I-Z-E. The E is silent.
Thank you. Alright. Just additionally, I did review the depositions conducted of Arlo Fox, as well as Chet Barrett. Barret, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his last name. But you will find the rulings of the ejections on the docket there. I understand it's not typical that you guys will see that, but I do like to include it just so everybody has some transparency in that, okay? Now there was a couple things that was posted to the docket that were never really ruled on by myself. I think it was mainly affidavits. Let's see here. So just give me a moment. There's going to be post on line 32 of the docket, which is the affidavits for Kodai Phoenix, Adam Walker, Indiana Sinner. Additionally, line 34 of the docket, which was the affidavit for Dominic Van Dyke. So there was an objection to so Exhibit R through R3 are admitted into evidence as there was no objection from the defense. There was a objection regarding the affidavit of Dominic Van Dyke, by the looks of it. I believe that was when trial was scheduled for last Friday.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right. What was the reasoning? I do see that you said there was not given permission or requested by the courts or something in that regard. I did, just for clarity, I did say that when they posted the state posted their initial witness list, I did say that they would have to narrow it down to 4 to 5 key witnesses, due to the fact that they had 11 people listed. So I'm fine with that. Additionally, I will have to double check once again, but I don't believe Rule 3.2.2 does actually cover criminal matters.
No, it doesn't, Your Honor. We would retract the objection on that ground specifically.
Wonderful. Okay.
That was my mistake.
No, it's completely understandable. I was slightly confused when I read it myself again, but then I just double checked, and yeah, there's a separate thing for criminal proceedings. I think that's it. Is there any pre-trial motions to be had?
Your Honor, just for clarity, is the objection of the affidavit standing or continuing due to the fact a continuation was given?
It's going to be overruled. The affidavit can be admitted into evidence.
All right, thank you for the clarification, Your Honor.
There is no pretrial motions from the defense, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state does have one pretrial motion.
Proceed.
Let me get my notes and stand up. Your Honor, we would like to start this case with a motion to suppress against the defense's Exhibit A1 and A2 on line 33. Under the testimony of Trooper Chet Barrett at timestamp 1710 of the deposition, a line of questioning was posed by the defense to the trooper, which can be quoted as such. These half-moon-shaped sort of entryways to your vehicle was blocking the southernmost point, correct? Stated by Miss Brown. Barrett would then answer, yes, this is correct. My vehicle was parked in a north-south position blocking the southern entrance. Defense counsel would then state, okay, this time defense would like to enter an Exhibit A, which would be A1 and A2, which is a reconstruction of a scene at Pillbox Medical Center, so that would be line 33 for your benefit, officer. Let me know when you've been able to pull those up on page 2 of the docket. Barrett would then respond, okay, I see Exhibit A1 and A2 on line 33. Defense would continue, okay, thank you very much. Go ahead and take a look at these two pictures to the best of your recollection. Are they an accurate representation of the positioning of your police vehicles? Barrett then asks, what time are you referencing at the time I arrived or the time you were beginning to leave? This would be the time that you arrived and you exited your vehicle to process the suspects. Then Barrett states, no, this is not an accurate representation. The defense then continues, okay, tell me what's wrong with this picture if you could. Barrett then elaborates what is exactly wrong with the picture. I won't bore the courts anymore. We wish to suppress the evidence based on discrediting sources. In their own line of questioning, the defense admits that there was a fault when proven otherwise, attempting to try and recreate the decision via the witness. It was continued to be used as tangible evidence. It would be false information presented here on out to the others involved with the situation. Under oath, affirmation has been stated that this was not an accurate representation from one of the witnesses on the scene. This is fictional evidence with no relevancy to this case.
Oh, damn.
We have a rebuttal. Yeah.
Go
So,
ahead.
as my learned friend has pointed out, the
submitted
reconstruction
some
was
photos.
made through best intentions of the defense. However, the deposition of Chet Barrett did, in fact, outline that there were some inconsistencies here. We would request that the evidence not be stricken on the grounds that this is a geography of the scene. We would be happy with the stipulation that the vehicle's positionings not be taken into account as truthful or accurate. However, we would still request that the pictures remain in evidence on the grounds that they are geography of the scene, not necessarily an accurate recreation.
Your Honor, before we continue, we wish for a sidebar.
Okay.
I don't really have a lot of faith
Are we coming
in this case.
Yes.
Oh, Ashbrook, I think, is going to be a veterinarian. She said she likes dogs. And go help with the dogs. I'm excited. Sidebar already.
Back to me. Are there any actors that need one?
Oh. I'm gonna turn off my radio. Before I testify. That phone, whenever it rings, scares the shit out of me for whatever. It's so loud. And more Euros? All been shooting. Big lottery win. Nice night. Hungry.
Alright. Sorry, everybody. After a quick sidebar, the evidence is admitted, so that's going to be Defense Exhibit A1 and A2, with the stipulation that the vehicle positioning within the pictures, or the photographs, whatever you want to call them, be disregarded and not considered. Is there any more pre-trial motions to be had before then?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
Very well. Then the floor is yours, state opening statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just give me one moment to get it.
Let's go. Oh my god, big baby. Long time.
Your
long
Honor,
time.
ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. On October 11th, 2024, Corporal Kelly Price, an upstanding LSPD officer and FTO, alongside with
Such
her
nice
cadet,
words.
now Trooper Arlo Fox, were performing a regular patrol throughout the city of Los Santos. They became aware of a disturbance near them and went to investigate. Upon arrival, they were immediately faced with a violent hostility, and suspects fled the scene, leading to a dangerous chase through the streets of Los Santos. As the chase speeds escalated, officers were able to get close enough to the suspect's vehicle. They could start seeing radios. The help did arrive soon after the radios were seen, and attempts to drive the officers off the chase failed. The vehicle to the chase came to an end, and Logan Kingsman fled on foot, then firing eventually wildly into the officers to escape facing justice, injuring Corporal Price and Trooper Fox in the crossfire.
Very wrong.
From there, EMS bravely assisted the officers on scene to head to Pillbox Medical to provide everyone treatment with the strong supporting staff there. On scene, one of the individuals, Maisie Gray, approached if I butchered that, approached officers as they were escorting the individuals out from medical center into the cars. Clearly locked down, with the officers outside to surround the area, After being given multiple warnings on approach by troopers stationed there alike, Miss Gray was disobeying orders given, attempting to prevent officers from performing their duty. I ask you to listen closely to the testimony provided by the officers on stand today. What they have said will tell you the facts of this case. Not only first-hand testimony,
your
but
facts are wrong,
affidavits and
ma'am.
depositions as well.
I have even
Their
less
testimony
faith.
will decide this case and conclude that the suspects planned and executed their escape. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, defense, floor is yours.
Your Honor, people of the courts, our case today is a simple one. It hinges on a simple question. Do the actions fit the crime? The charges the defendants are facing today simply do not match the crimes they are alleged to have committed. There is no evidence submitted or testimony to be found that will prove the incident Mr. Kingsman was involved in was one of targeted, deliberate premeditation with malice aforethought, all aspects which would be necessary to convict on the grounds of aggravated, attempted first-degree murder. The facts do not meet the evidentiary requirement for conviction on this charge.
It's some creedy.
The suspicion of communication is not sufficient grounds to prove premeditation. Individuals all over this state, both lawful and unlawful, communicate via radio every day. We reiterate, there is no testimony to be found that can verify what conversations were had between these subjects, and therefore prove any intent whatsoever.
You don't have to know.
Ms.
what
Gray,
they said, but
equally,
you know what they
cannot
was
be found
doing.
guilty on the grounds of obstruction of justice, which will become readily apparent throughout the course of this trial. We ask that Your Honor proceed with the simple question we posed in mind. Do the actions meet the crime? We believe they do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Right then, let's get underway. State your first piece of evidence on witness to present.
Your Honor, we would like to call Corporal Kelly Price to the stand.
Oh my God, that's me.
Well,
All right, Corporal Press, would you like an oath or an affirmation?
Yes.
All right.
hold
Do
on.
you swear to...
Hold on. You need to answer. Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
thank
all
you.
right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Confirm.
It is a standing permission for both counsels to approach the witness stand whenever it is your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Corporal. How are you?
Above average, ma'am.
Great to hear. Could you please state your name and rank for the record?
Corporal Kelly Price, Los Santos Police Department.
Can you tell us how long you have served for the state?
About a year and a half, give or take.
Well, thank you for your service. Were you involved in an incident on October 11th, 2024?
Yes.
Roughly what time did the incident take place, to the best of your memory?
Oh, that's a tough question.
If you don't know,
I
you can answer.
couldn't-
You do not
I
know.
couldn't recall the specific time.
Thank you. Were you on patrol that evening?
Yes, I was.
Did you have anyone on patrol with you?
I was FTO to Cadet Arlo Fox.
Could you describe the obligation of an FTO or field training officer for the court?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, she can provide first-hand testimony given the fact she's also stayed within the scope of her job description on what a field training officer has.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't find her responsibility as an FTO to be relevant. So just move on, please.
Okay. Did anything pull you away from your regular patrol that evening?
We responded to several incidents that evening within our patrol.
Okay. In particular, did any of them involve fighting?
Yes, the last call we went on together, we were just on normal patrol and observed a fist fight on Vinewood Boulevard on the sidewalk.
Okay. What was the nearest landmark in the vicinity?
It was pretty much right across from Pacific Standard Bank. a little bit diagonal further east from
How
Pacific
many?
Standard.
Apologies for interrupting. I thought you were done. How many individuals were seen fighting?
2 individuals fighting in particular.
Did either of these individuals look like they were injured?
Not necessarily injured, no.
Did you approach these individuals?
We did immediately approach them, yes.
What occurred after you approached?
After we approached, we identified ourselves. We were in a marked police car, identified ourselves, and we're just basically checking on them, and investigating what was going on while they were fist fighting in public. We then moved our investigation, attempting to obtain identification from the individuals, to which they refused multiple times.
What happened when they refused?
After they refused, we stepped away and talked about it, and proceeded to assert an arrest for disorderly and for failure to identify. Although Fox was really, really nice to them, and he specifically stated to the female mini Kingsman that he would just assume that her silence and her, just standing there was compliance, and she was going to allow herself to be handcuffed.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. The testimony being given at this moment does not pertain to either of the defendants, Logan Kingsman nor Maze Gray.
Your Honor, she did just state Miss Gray's name directly in her testimony.
I did not.
Just to verify, I believe it was Minnie Kingsman that was mentioned.
That is correct.
Hey. Anything further?
No, that would be it, Your Honor.
State is good to send on what they have.
Very well. Feel free to move on.
In your professional opinion, did the situation become hostile?
Not necessarily on that scene, no. They were just non-compliant. They were not following orders. They were resisting arrest. And when we went to apprehend them, they got into a vehicle and fled the scene.
Were any other officers called prior to the individuals fleeing?
Yes, I called for additional units. I believe Buchanan, Gilgully, and Chet Barrett arrived on the scene, and I advised them that we were going to search arrests and to be prepared to pursue or to support us should things not end up in a pursuit or detainment.
Okay, for clarification, you stated that none of the arrest attempts were successful?
That is correct.
By objection, Your Honor, leading.
We asked for clarification, Your Honor.
Oh, shit. I shouldn't have answered.
I don't really do clarifications all that much. Just, I don't know what you're used to, State Attorney Ashwick. I'm going to just overrule the objection this one time, but in the future, if you need to get an answer, just ask the question.
Okay, Your Honor. Were any lawful orders issued at the time?
Yes, multiple lawful orders. I advised Charlie Kingsman multiple times to turn around and face away. He asserted he would not, so I told him I would move behind him to place him in cuffs. He turned around, and then he started running and got into the car. I told him at that point he was resisting arrest and not to get into the car, but he did.
Okay. Were you involved in any pursuit with the individuals on the stand today?
Yes. Following their entry into the vehicle, he waited for his passenger, Minnie Kingsman, to get into the vehicle, and then fled southbound in the alleyway and came out on Power Street. We were third in the pursuit, or tertiary position. The driver, Arlo Fox, bless his heart, he was having some headaches, so we stayed in third position for most of the pursuit.
Okay. Can you describe the vehicle?
It was a white in color vehicle. a wide-body Sultan, white or gray, light-colored wide-body Sultan. It was registered to Charlie Kingsman.
Okay. Did law enforcement get a plate read on this vehicle?
Trooper Chet Barrett was primary in the pursuit. At the time, he called out the plate, and as I was passenger in the vehicle, I went ahead and flagged it and looked up the registered owner of the vehicle.
Okay. Who was the registered owner of the vehicle?
Charlie Kingsman.
Could you look at line number 9 of the docket, please?
Give me 1 second. Line 9. There was a lot. Okay.
Okay. We would like to enter Exhibit A1 and A2 at this time, and evidence H35 and H36.
Any objection, defense?
No, Your Honor.
So entered.
Can you look at evidence A1 and A2 for me, please?
Sure. Yes. I can see them.
Can you describe this for the court, please?
I believe A1 would be the plate lock for the vehicle with the license plate that we were pursuing. A2 is the registered owner, Charlie Kingsman, of that Sultan wide body.
Okay. Can you look at H35 and H36 for me, please?
Okay.
Would this be the vehicle in question you're pursuing?
Yes, that is the vehicle.
Okay. From there, where did the vehicle go?
From this picture?
No, in the pursuit.
Oh, it went all over the state.
Okay.
It circled a lot in the Vinewood Hills area, but we proceeded off-road up towards Fenwell Place. We proceeded towards the south side.
Okay. Were any other vehicles involved?
There were 2 vehicles seen following the pursuit off and on. The first one was a gray in color 2-door sports vehicle that was observed on the initial scene of the physical altercation. During the pursuit, Gil Gully had relayed that the vehicle had been pit out of the pursuit after warnings. And then after that, a red in color Sultan was observed following and interfering with the pursuit off and on multiple times.
Okay. The state would like to enter Exhibit C as an entirety, which would be C1 to C3.
Okay. Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So entered.
Thank you. Could you take a look at C1 for me, please?
Okay.
Would this be the silver color vehicle in question?
That is not the silver in color vehicle in question.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. How did the pursuit of the White Sultan conclude then?
After a lengthy pursuit, we determined that we would need to escalate and use some more different tactics to put a stop to the pursuit. It had been going on for quite some time. There have been vehicles observed attempting to interfere following the pursuit and things, so we decided to elevate it and perform pit maneuvers or attempt to box the vehicle in. The vehicle was pit on Orchardville Avenue and became disabled.
Once disabled, did the individuals try to flee the scene?
Not immediately. They were both sat in the vehicle for quite some time. I exited our patrol vehicle and held the vehicle at gunpoint and advised both individuals to get out of the vehicle, to which they waited a minute. Charlie Kingsman was observed on his radio, and then the female passenger, Minnie Kingsman, both exited the vehicle and started to run on foot.
Okay. Did you follow them?
I initially asserted I was going to follow the female. However, my cadet started following the male, Charlie Kingsman. So I went to assist him and to continue to supervise him. They had gone into an industrial area, so I didn't really have visual on them. So I went back and got the patrol car to provide support. In addition, the red vehicle had also showed up in the area, so I wanted to stay in a vehicle and have officers in a vehicle in case we needed it.
The state would like to enter into evidence B1.
I don't know what that is.
We would object on the grounds of Lex Foundation testimony given so far. Sorry, just to clarify, we would just ask if the prosecution did indeed say B1, Bravo 1?
I did state B1, yes, just
Thank
B1.
you very much. Yes, then we would affirm Lex Foundation as the labeling of the exhibit mentions it is Charlie's radio. It is only Charlie that has been testified to have been observed on this radio.
I believe B1 says Logan's
Oh,
radio.
Logan.
Yeah, this is Logan's radio, and she did directly testify the fact that he was seen on a radio while in a foot pursuit.
Just to clarify,
I said Charlie.
Want to make sure I said this right. It was Charlie's was testified to have been using his radio. B1 is labeled Logan's radio. I do apologize.
That is correct.
No, Miss Price said, and this is a loose quote, Your Honor. It's not a direct quote. I don't have a
It's Charlie.
direct
It's
testimony
Charlie.
in front of me to read. Stated that Logan was seen getting out of the vehicle with a radio in hand.
That.
Apologies for the back and forth. We would just like to clarify whether the state is referring to the exiting the white in color Sultan that
Yes, it's
Corporal
Charlie.
Price is referring to.
Yes, Charlie.
Correct. Several
Yes, yes.
questions
Oh my
back
God.
and asked for clarification on what grounds they had seen them communicating after, and she continued on with her testimony.
Yep. So,
Oh
to
my
the best of my knowledge, and I understand if
Yes,
the court has
I
a
said
record
Charlie.
they would like to review.
Thank you, Miss Brown.
It was.
No,
Apologies,
well, I'm not
I think
saying
we might
it.
have a medical emergency.
Your Honor, can we take a 5-minute brief recess and get EMS into the room, and then we can come back to this discussion?
Sure.
Oh, what is wrong with her?
Corporal Price, just stay there. Just remind you are under oath. That's still okay.
Yes.
Do we have law
Yes,
enforcement
I
reaching
said-
out to fire rescue?
I'm reaching out
to them now.
Wonderful, thank you.
I can clarify. You just ask me.
Can
I
we
can
get a
tell you.
officer to go
I
check on
said
them, please?
Charlie. Charlie. Charlie was the registered
Thank you,
owner of the
bailiff.
vehicle and the driver of that vehicle and the one that was running on foot and the one that was fisticuff fighting. Charlie. Probably.
Yeah,
they're en
happens.
route.
Wonderful. Hopefully it's just a bit of a lack of hunger or something like that. Lack of attention to hunger, shall I say.
Hello.
Miss Ashbrook, you can feel free to step over to the defense table while I talk to.
Well, I'm gonna go and sit down. That's a turn of events. Ah, I missed. That's close enough.
All right.
Oh no, I do not have work tomorrow. There will be a VOD.
Alrighty. Apologies, everyone. Everything is okay, and defendant is thankfully doing alright. Alright. Where were we?
Going back and forth on what statement was given by Miss Price, Your Honor.
Indeed.
I
However,
could tell
we
you
would like
what
to note
statement.
that we are sure on the statement, and we would appreciate not going too back and forth, not to waste the court's time, as we are under court time restrictions.
Can you ask
if
me?
If you do wish for one final clarification, I can give so, and then obviously pending your ruling, Your Honor.
Yes, one last thing.
Of course, just one more thing, as Sergeant Detective once said. I believe that it was testified that Charlie Kingsman was the driver, not Logan, and so it would
Yes,
have been
Charlie Kingsman was
observed
the
on his
driver
radio and then
and
exiting
was
the vehicle.
observed on his radio and exiting the
Final
vehicle.
rebuttal, it was stated as Logan Kingsman exiting the vehicle. It never stated anything of Logan being the driver. We are asking if the individual was seen on the radio.
It was
That's quite legit,
Charlie.
the evidence that is
Ma'am,
being
it was
entered.
Charlie.
Logan's radio, not Charlie's radio.
Alright. Here's what we're going to do, because there seems to be a bit of confusion across the board, okay?
Can I?
I'm going to sustain the objection, and then you can feel free to ask a question that would get your evidence as you need, okay? Does that make everybody happy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, wonderful. Alright.
Ask me. Thank God.
Okay. Corporal Price, did you see anyone on a radio at all during this foot pursuit?
During the foot pursuit, yes.
Correct.
I saw Charlie Kingsman on the foot pursuit on the radio.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. At any point, did any other individuals interfere with the foot pursuit?
Yes, the Red Sultan showed up with 2 individuals inside of it. Logan Kingsman and Jeanette Solitivo. Although,
okay.
I'm real bad with last name.
Your Honor, we would like to now enter into the evidence B3 for clarification, not B1. That would be Charlie's radio.
Thank you, State. Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Alright, so enter.
How did the individuals approach the pursuit?
They circled around, they came past us, and then went up. I believe it's El Rancho Boulevard or Mirror Park. I think it's El Rancho, where the foot pursuit was leading. They went up the road a little ways. They turned around and came back south as Charlie jumped off the rooftop of a building on the corner there. He ran around and went straight for the car, attempting to make entry into the car. I gave the red car multiple orders using the vehicle's megaphone to leave the area, to which it did not comply. Charlie attempted to enter the rear seat of the vehicle, and as he was attempting to enter, he was tasered to the ground from the vehicle. I again instructed the vehicle to leave the area, and it began reversing down Innocence Boulevard. And I kind of pursued it a little bit, pushing it out of the area.
Did you return to the scene of the individual after?
I kind of stayed positioned there between Charlie and the vehicle, and that's when the vehicle reversed onto the sidewalk and kind of parked up.
Did individuals exited the vehicle?
Yes. An individual later identified as Logan Kingsman exited the vehicle and moved to behind the vehicle.
Do you recall how he reacted from there?
It was very quick. He was seen on on the radio.
Hold on one moment. Miss Gray, if you could just stay off your phone while in court, please, that would be greatly appreciated. The only person that should be attention to their phone is counsel, as I need to look at docket and stuff like that. Thank you.
Please continue, Corporal.
Logan was seen on his radio. Charlie was approaching the area, getting very close. He was also seen on the radio, and then I observed Charlie pulling a firearm, or what I believe to be a firearm, from his waistband, and I attempted to prepare to support my officer from inside of the vehicle. I realized I wasn't going to be able to get any shots from there because it was blocked from the door frame. And when I went to exit the vehicle to support my officer, who was now being fired upon by Charlie Kingsman, I began receiving gunfire from both Jeanette and Logan.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to enter into the evidence B1 at this time.
Any objection, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Swear that.
Prior to this altercation, did the individuals attempt to speak with law enforcement?
We spoke on the initial scene, attempting to identify them and investigate the initial physical altercation. But after they fled the initial scene, there was not really any communication.
So they did not communicate with you while in the Red Sultan whatsoever?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
No, I don't think so.
At any point, can you describe your injuries to the court, please?
Yes, I received multiple gunshot wounds or impacts to my vest, and I received a GSW through and through to my shoulder.
Okay. We would like to insert Exhibit H40 to H43.
I don't know what those are.
Could you please look at that for me, Corporal?
Is there any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
So entered.
You have to give me a minute.
You're okay.
Prosecution, just for clarification, please wait until I clarify with defense if there's any objection before you have the witness reference it. Thank you.
Apologies, Your Honor. I heard
All
you
good.
state something and continued from there. My apologies.
All good.
Okay.
Was this the vehicle you were presumably in that evening?
That is the vehicle that I was occupying that evening, yes, the Stinger.
Okay. Do you recall if the individuals were GSR tested at all?
I was involved in processing and was, during processing, we discussed that all of the individuals came back GSR positive.
Do you recall which officer GSR tested them?
I was down on the ground being treated medically, so I could not specifically tell you which one GSR tested them.
Okay. Do you recall if Arlo Fox received any medical treatment?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Were you transported to Pillbox Medical?
Yes, both myself and Arlo were both transported to Pillbox.
Okay. Did you remain in Pillbox Medical for a long period of time after?
That's difficult. We were there, we were treated, we were released, and we stayed on scene at the hospital to assist with security. While in the hospital, I also was assisting with processing, and myself and Cadet Fox went and checked the radios of each of the defendants that had been apprehended.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to now enter into evidence Exhibit B2.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
So entered.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any blood found on the scene?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was any forensics found of the scene?
Yes, myself and Cadet Fox were in receipt of all of the forensic evidence that was collected on the scene. And he submitted it for processing under my supervision.
Were any of the weapons tested from the scene?
Yes, myself and Cadet Fox, under my supervision, went and test fired each of their firearms recovered from the suspects. And also that same evening submitted those forensics for processing.
Okay. Enter into evidence H2 and H7.
Oh no. Do I have to look?
No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Is this a documentation of that weapon testing?
H2 and H7?
And H7. H2 to H7, yes.
Oh, H2 to H7.
Oh, okay. Just for clarification, is that what you understood? Defense H2 until H7, or
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Okay, so I just misunderstood. Get did you?
No, I misunderstood.
Okay.
Yes, those are the photos that were taken during the test firing of the weapons. We take a picture, make sure there's no casings on the ground before. We document the casings before we collect them for each weapon test.
Okay. Give me one moment, Your Honor. We would like to enter evidence E1 through E3.
We do have an objection to this, Your Honor. This would be on the grounds of assumes facts not in evidence. We would also object on the grounds of basically lacks foundation. The labeling states that these are the firearms of specific individuals. However, the ownership of these individuals' firearms, or the owner of the firearms, has not actually been entered into evidence. The main reason for the objection, however, is just that these appear to be screenshots of a picture that describes evidence testing, but not actual forensic documents.
And you submit the forensic reports.
Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just trying to process on being up since 3 o'clock this morning what was stated. If they had a simpler way of formatting it so it could be understood on a very tired brain, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to repeat and simplify. So, we would object on the grounds of assumes facts not in evidence. We would also object on the grounds of lacks foundation. So this would be on two fronts. The front first being assumes facts not in evidence being, or actually, let me rescind that. I retract my objection. I restate it as best evidence rule. I do apologize. This would be that the evidence attempted to be submitted appears to be a photograph of describing weapons testing rather than entering an actual forensics document into evidence.
Your Honor, I believe this is how weapons weapons evidence testing is conducted within the state of San Andreas as a whole. We can ask clarification in the next question to sustain such if you permit it, but I believe this is common practice within the state entirely. I don't believe there's any other way to distinguish, and I believe this is how it is returned. If you can kind of catch my drift.
I do, but I also know that
it's in
we
evidence.
have standards for evidence.
Well, we can continue with a different line of questioning, fine with the objection asked to circle back to it at a later point, similar to as was done before once we lay a foundation.
Cancel sidebar, please.
Just submit the forensic reports. M-N-O. Wait. N-O. N or O. Always a good piece of evidence. Do that one. Evidence O1 and O2. Weapons. I like it. Oh my god, it's Skinner. What's up? I miss you, BP. I like this one. tired of standing here. He's oh my god. What you been up to? Where you at? What you doing these days? Exhibit O. Enter that one. Enter that one into evidence. That's all you need. You don't even need the other ones. Exhibit O. Exhibit O would be great. Just submit that one. That's the only one you need, to be fair. Because she already pled guilty. She is not on trial. Exhibit O would be great. Please, Miss Ashbrook. I enjoyed our 15-minute debate on what I said when they could have just asked me. So, even in her opening statement, she had the names wrong. It's basically what they're objecting to, and I can... Let me see. Maybe... Okay, yeah, it's here. Where is it at? They are objecting to Exhibit E, which is a breakdown of it. But if they just submit Exhibit O...
So I'm going to sustain the objection on exhibits
That is it.
E1 through E3, based on the fact that the type of evidence presented is not validated and verified method of evidence in
Exhibit
the
O.
courts. Typically, things like this should be submitted with full pictures or documentation of the actual forensics report.
It's there, just submit it,
not just
bro.
little bits.
O,
Alright,
and
carry
N,
on, say it,
and
Tony,
M. M, N, and O. M, N, and O.
In light of that, based on the previous testimony, we would like to enter Exhibit M in its entirety. That would be M1 and M2.
No objections from the defense.
N1, N2, and 3.
Wonderful. So entered.
We would also like to enter Exhibit N in its entirety. That would be N1 through N3.
Okay.
Thank you. And O.
Not necessarily. Well, it's worth stating for the record. We would object to the labeling of the exhibits itself. Once again, these are being described as belonging to specific people. So we would argue that the labeling lacks foundation and is therefore prejudicial against the defendant, as the actual ownership as to who was in possession and the return owner of what gun has not been entered into evidence.
There you go.
Hey.
We're fine with continuing, Your Honor, and just striking that exhibit being entered.
Is that for...
It'd be for N. It would just be for the entirety of N.
M as well, you said?
N, not M.
No, I'm talking to the defense.
Yes, we would object to M and N. I do apologize for not clarifying that sooner.
I'm a bit confused because it wasn't objected when you were asked. That's where the state has now
Okay,
confusion.
Indeed, that is my mistake for not making that up sooner.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to overrule the objection on M. You might have missed it. That's on you, defense, unfortunately. And I'm going to sustain the objection. So exhibit M and M1, or M1 and M2 are entered into evidence. Exhibits N1, N2, and N3,
You really need O.
so N for November, are not entered just yet. You may continue.
Okay, give me a moment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I don't think there's a search of Logan. But I will testify that Logan definitely shot me.
Corporal Price, do you recall who searched the defendants that day?
No, I was getting medical treatment, so I couldn't say who searched which defendant.
Okay.
I want to say that Chet searched Logan. Or Charlie.
Your Honor, we would like to enter O1 and O2 to the court, please. That would be the entirety of O.
We would raise the objection on the same grounds that the possession of the pistol, the return owner and who it was in possession of, has not been entered into evidence and therefore lacks foundation. And it assumes facts not in evidence by the labeling itself. Basically, the same objections then.
Yes.
That's fine, Your Honor. We asked for a 5-minute recess.
Very well. 5 minutes. Recess. Court is in recess.
Take me with you. Why is there no search of Logan submitted into evidence?
She's fumbling.
You permitted the term nerd. Nerd is a very mean name. Call somebody. Very hurtful. There is no search of Logan Kingsman. Did you enter into evidence the GSR tests? That would be useful. Listen, she's trying, right? She's doing her best. She's trying. She's giving it a go. I don't know why there is no search of Logan in here. But there was evidence of the registered owner of weapons testing. I don't know why she didn't submit it. Well, I could have swore it was in there. The endurance pistol return. The serial number. I mean, obviously they were in possession of guns. Guns that I watched them shoot me with. If you just asked me about it, I could tell you all about it. We didn't charge them with unlawful possession because the firearms on their persons were registered to them. You could just ask me about it. I'm just saying. If only you could hear me. Somebody did their job in providing that documentation of the registered owner of the firearm. Well, typically... I am a nerd. That's fine. My feelings aren't hurt. This is a long 5 minutes. I feel like as soon as I sit down, he'll come back out. Yeah, you swear. Who's that back there wearing Sonny's outfit? Who is that? I'm gonna leave after this and go be on Sonny. So I can met and talk to McCree. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you, McCready will probably find them not guilty. The one, the pink vest with the blue shirt. Or the blue vest with the pink shirt. No, wait, she wears that opposite. She wears the blue shirt with the pink vest.
Don't worry. Hold on. Just give me a minute.
Was getting food. A long ass 5 minutes. What's going on? We've been here for an hour. I'm gonna need some snacks. Wow. It's my courtroom. I do what I want. Listen, I apologize and I say I don't have any concept of time. My watch is broken. I don't have to tell you. I mean, there are so many other questions. Did you see this individual shooting at you? Yes. Yes, I did, actually. I saw him very clearly firing bullets into my person. Did you all ever lose sight of them? When they left the scene, were they shot down? Oh, well, yeah, they were. Well, did you lose sight of them? No. No, these are the same people that shot me. The ones that I saw. They didn't swap them out with different people laying on the ground and taken to the hospital. They won't if they know what's good for them. I don't know why there is no search of Logan Kingsman entered into evidence. They also haven't argued, well, we haven't gotten to the obstruction yet. How many witnesses are there going to be? I'm trying to think who else could be a witness. I think I'm the only one because everybody else got depositions. Maybe Buck? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe. And just be like, I'm tired of listening, not guilty. Listen, I am still reeling from his verdict from that bench trial, okay? Listen, chasing somebody down with a knife and swinging at them, there's no you trying to murder them. They were just playing tag, bro. Just playing tag. That's assault with a deadly weapon. They are assaulting me with their knife until they actually stab me. Get it right. Oh no. Who's that? Uh-oh. Well, that looks like two people in one vehicle. I can't tell you what happened there. Well,
Alright, we're good.
my argument is
All rise
shooting
for
at
the
me.
Honorable Judge McCready.
Oh, shit.
Sorry about that. There was a long line at the toilet back there, and quite frankly, it's a bit disgusting. I need to talk to the janitors about that one. Anywho, believe we were talking about evidence. Was it? Let's see. What was?
It would be objection O, Your Honour, that we had objected to, O1 and O2. And it was under
Maybe
the same
Gilgali
grounds as
searched
previously.
them.
A, lacking foundation as the return owner and the possessive
I
owner
hope
of
that
the firearms
Gilgali
has not been
searched
admitted
him.
into evidence.
I don't know who searched him, to be honest
So
with
those
you.
would be the specific grounds.
was-
basically the same one as N, if you remember that objection.
Yeah. Okay.
Laying on the
I'm
ground
just
in
going
the
to
middle of the
sustain the
road.
objection. We can move on. Okay.
Understood.
Mr. Ashbrook, are you with us?
Just 1 second, folks. My I think my microphone up here is playing up. Let me see if I fix it.
Oh no.
Did you fix it, Your Honor?
I don't know. Give me that.
Well, yep, we can hit something. Your Honour.
Is that hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, lovely stuff. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
Corporal Price, are you aware of any reports gathered from the scene?
The forensic reports.
Correct.
Yes, myself and Arlo Fox, the following day after submitting the forensics, went and reviewed them, and I showed him how to interpret the forensic report.
Do you remember how these forensic reports were labeled?
Not specifically. It would depend on the officer that collected the evidence. It's usually labeled what it is and as close to a location as possible. So it would be something like OIS on Innocence Boulevard, in a specific location if they were able to cut the scene into parts. And as well as the forensics, they would be specifically labeled which firearm was being tested.
Do you recall what officer submitted evidence that day?
We collected all of the evidence from the scene from multiple officers. I couldn't tell you specifically which ones, but they were all handed off to Cadet Fox for processing.
Okay.
Sorry.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
What?
Thanks.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Yona.
Oh no.
Hello there, Corporal Grace.
Hello.
Hello. So I will try and keep this as brief as I can. However, I make no promises. I just have a few questions for you that I would like to run down. So
Why
bear
didn't
with
she
me one
ask me
second.
why I
I'm just gonna go
charged
ahead
him
and
with
pull
first?
these up for you.
Why didn't you ask me? Go. Excuse me.
I am just gathering my questions. Just bear with me
Oh,
one
okay,
second.
okay. I'm sorry, I misheard.
Understood. Okie doke. So, on the direct examination, you mentioned that you did not have any communication with the suspects after the pursuit began, correct?
Not until processing.
Understood. Did you overhear any conversations that were being had between any of the individuals?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered in their previous question. The individual stated that they did not hear any type of conversation. It's becoming redundant.
Our rebuttal would just be that this is the defense's witness on cross at this point, so the state is entitled to ask their questions. Now we are entitled to ask ours.
Your Honor, for clarification, I was referring to the defense's question, not any of the prosecution's question. We are well aware of the court procedure.
And the defense's question, I believe, was whether any conversation was had between Corporal Price and the suspects, not if she overheard any conversation or not.
We'll rule on Your Honor. Or wait for Your Honor's rule. Apologies.
Going to overrule the objection.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Would you like me to repeat the question, Corporal Price?
Yes, if you could.
Absolutely. So, were you able to overhear any conversations that were had between any of the suspects?
No, I could not hear what they were saying.
Okay. Are you aware of any threats being made against you prior to the incident that day?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. We are talking about the incident. They're asking for prior altercations that have not been submitted whatsoever.
The relevance here is that a attempted first-degree murder charge has been alleged against one of my defendants, and therefore I believe any possible motivation that could be ascertained to the acts in question. So these would be threats made prior to the incident, but referring specifically to the incident, would be relevant.
On top of the previous motion, then, we would like to also object on the fact that counsel is testifying for their line of questioning.
I'm going to overrule both objections. Just keep it rather brief, please.
Understood, Your Honor. I will try to make my questions as direct as possible. And the scope is still maybe potentially leaning a little bit, as we like to do. Would you like me to repeat the question again, Corporal Price?
Of course, ma'am.
Are you aware of any threats being made against you prior to the incident that day?
Prior to the shooting? Or prior?
Indeed.
Mr. Kingsman, Logan Kingsman, when he exited the car, he shouted something about, wouldn't do that, or something to that effect.
So just to clarify, your original testimony was that you had no communication with the suspects from the moment the pursuit began until processing. But now you're saying that he said to you wouldn't do that.
I don't know that he specifically said it to me, and I did not respond to him. I wouldn't call that a conversation.
Okay, so you're unaware as to whether the statement was made towards you or not.
Objection, badgering the witness at this point, Your Honor.
I'm just attempting to clarify whether Corporal Price is saying that she believes that the statement was intended for her or not.
It's still provoking a response for the line of questioning that she's continuing down.
Right. I believe the answer she gave prior about not being sure was sufficient enough. I'm going to sustain the objection. Please move on.
Understood, Your Honor. Did Logan Kingsman admit to planning to kill you?
No. Go ahead.
No, go on.
No, he never specifically said that he was planning to kill me.
Thank you. Did Logan Kingsman admit to planning to kill any of your fellow officers that day?
Objection asked and answered in the witness's direct statement to her prior. It's just going to become redundant at this point.
This is to avoid asking compound questions, Your Honor. I've asked if Corporal Price is aware of Logan Kingsman admitting to planning to kill her. I'm now asking if she's aware of any plans to kill her fellow officers made by Logan Kingsman.
Overruled. Continue, Corporal Price.
Can you restate the question?
Of course. Did Logan Kingsman admit to planning to kill any of your officers?
He did not specifically say he was going to kill anybody. However, his actions were indicative of that.
Okay, just yes or no is fine, thank you. So it'd be a yes or a no?
No.
Thank you very much. Now, you
don't have to specifically
mentioned
state
that
you're going to kill
the
somebody.
Red Sultan was interfering with the pursuit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In your professional opinion as a law enforcement officer, were you under the impression that the Red Sultan was trying to stop you from apprehending the suspects in the White Sultan?
At times, yes. The vehicle, like I stated before, would show up with the pursuit. It would follow us, follow the pursuit. It would get close to officers. And then it was very obvious that it was attempting to prevent us from apprehending Mr. Charlie Kingsman when it refused to leave the area and reversed so that he could be picked up.
Understood. So you believe that Charlie Kingsman was trying to evade arrest himself? Well, he and the passenger of the White Sultan.
Objection calls for speculation.
I can add the stipulation that this would be under the auspices of the corporal's experience as a law enforcement officer. However, I didn't think it would be necessary to specify that in my additional question. However, I can if the court requires so.
Your Honor, the state would appreciate if there's a little bit more clarity from the defense in their line of questioning.
Defense, if you're happy to provide it, then go ahead.
Of course. So, in your professional experience as a law enforcement officer, taking that into account, do you believe that the suspects you mentioned in the White Sultan were trying to evade arrest?
Charlie and many in the White Sultan, absolutely. We asserted to them on the initial scene that they would be placed under arrest, and they entered the vehicle and fled from officers that had asserted that they were going to be under arrest.
Understood. Now, the prosecution entered the exhibits. I think they were, let me just double check. Yes, B1 to B3, those being the radio frequencies. Were those obtained after the suspects were apprehended?
Yes.
Understood. So you're on... Oh, actually, no, let me find a better way to phrase this. Are you aware of what radio frequencies they were communicating on prior to them being apprehended?
Objection calls for speculation and also calls for a conclusion.
I'm asking for the witness's awareness, whether or not she was aware if they were communicating on the same radio frequencies.
Then again, we would ask for a rephrasal.
Not entirely sure how best I would rephrase that. I try to be as direct as I can in this question. However,
I'm happy
I'll
to
wait for
answer
your
the
Honor's
question.
ruling.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Of course. Are you aware of what radio frequency the suspects were communicating on before they were apprehended?
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection. Continue.
The suspects were seen on the radio seconds, if even before opening fire. They were all shot down on scene whilst engaging in a shootout.
So
and
sorry
were
to butt in there, Corporal
handcuffed,
Price.
so they wouldn't have been able to change their
Cool.
radio station.
Corporal Price, sorry to interrupt you there. So I was just looking for a yes or no answer in this situation. I do apologize.
Based on the circumstances, I understand that they would have been on the same radio station at the time of the incident.
Okay. And you say the time of the incident referring to specifically the shooting?
I would say throughout the incident, but
Okay.
specifically the time of the shooting, yes.
Okay. All right, give me one moment. I'm just going to confer with my co-counsel.
Why didn't she ask me? I'm very upset right now.
No further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right. State, any redirect?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
All right. Corporal Price. Sorry. Is any parties wishing to recall the witness at the time?
We may wish to recall this witness at a later point in time, Your Honor.
Can you provide any reasoning as to such? I can't just take a we may be.
No, I understand. So this would be in the situation of, based on the next witness's answers given in direct and cross, we may recall Corporal Price to the stand on the defense's case in chief during direct in order to ask further clarifying questions.
Alright, Corporal Price, I find it reasonable for them to keep you here unless you're under some kind of time restraints. Therefore, you're still under subpoena, and you are not free to go just yet. So please take a seat in the gallery. Thank you. Alright, next piece of evidence or witness to present.
We would like to call Trooper Gilgully to the stand, Your Honor.
I'll do my best not to lose my shit. This is egregious.
Let's see if we can try move things along here. We've been here for quite a while already, and we're only on second witness.
Trooper Gilgully, would you like an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
All
Can
right.
you make sure you're talking
Cheers,
loudly,
one.
please, Trooper?
Yeah, I always do, sir.
For a while.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Why
but the
didn't
truth,
she
so help
ask
you
me
God?
why I charged him with
Hell
first
yeah.
degree?
Affirm.
I don't know why she didn't ask that.
State
She,
your
said,
witness.
she specifically said before court she
How
was
are
going
you
to ask
doing
me
tonight,
about it.
Trooper Gilgully?
She had loads of
Miserable.
questioning for it.
Noted. Could you state your name and rank?
My name is Buchanan Gilgully. I'm a senior trooper with the San Andreas State Police.
Can you tell us how long you've served for the state?
I don't know, maybe about 4 months now.
Thank you for your service. Were you involved in an incident on October 11th, 2024?
Yes.
Were you patrolling that evening?
Yes.
Why would...
Can you tell us the location of your patrol?
I was on Vinewood Boulevard.
At any point during the night were you called as an additional?
Yes.
Can you tell us the location of that call?
Vinewood Boulevard.
What did you witness on arrival?
He sounds
There was 2 officers, Kelly Price and Arlo Fox, talking to 2 individuals, and then there was 2 individuals standing behind those 2 individuals.
Yeah,
There's 4 in total. 1 was on the rooftop, 3 were on the ground.
I have no idea why he would
Okay.
be upstairs.
Did any individuals flee from the scene?
Yes.
He hates people
Did
wasting
they
time.
enter into a vehicle?
That's fair.
Yes.
Can you describe the vehicle for me?
It was a white in color, something wide body.
Okay. Did the vehicle take off from that location?
Yeah, in reverse.
Where did the vehicle go from there?
Well, reversed down the alleyway, turned around, came out onto the street, and then started evading from us when we tried to remind them that they were being detained.
Did this turn into a pursuit?
Yes.
Did law enforcement get a plate read from this vehicle?
Yes.
Did law enforcement get a registered owner of this vehicle?
Don't take this
Yes.
the wrong way, ma'am, but
You'd like to enter Exhibit A 1 to
In a
A2,
professional capacity.
and also
Yeah,
evidence
I told him
H35
to
and
lock it.
H36.
So I think this is him locking it.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor. I believe these have already been accepted, so we've got nothing to object to.
Yeah, so if evidence already been admitted, just have it referenced. I have a note of what has and hasn't been.
Okay. Can you look at these pieces of evidence for me, Trooper?
Maybe. I don't know how to do that.
If you can open your phone, look at the docket on line number 9, please. If you need the labels again, please let me know.
I'm so upset that she didn't ask me about why. What were the circumstances for the reason? It was more than just the radio. They literally stopped trying to pick him up and position their vehicle, got out of the vehicle, and stood behind it for defensive cover. And then they started shooting at the same time. They started blasting. It was an ambush.
Yeah, what was the evidence again, you said?
It would be A1 and A2, and H35 and H36.
I said, I thought you just testified you didn't have a conversation. No, I didn't communicate with him. He shouted shit at us.
What about them?
Was H35 and H36 the vehicle you were pursuing?
Without a doubt.
Was Exhibit A1 and A2 one of the plate reads that you received?
Yes.
Was... One second, I'm double checking my notes.
Who cares about
Was
the
A2
pursuit?
the vehicle registered?
You need to focus on the shooting.
Yes.
Can you describe where the vehicle went from the original altercation?
I mean, it went around the city, but it kind of stayed in the same area, if that makes any sense. So it originally started over in the Vinewood Boulevard area, but it went down. It went west on Vinewood, west on Eclipse, kept going west, and then it would cut southbound, down towards like the airport area, maybe near like the south side of the city, for example, and then would come back up, and they had done this loop almost, where they had came from the west side of the city, and then back going east, and then back northbound, kind of like just kind of looping around the north end of the city after going south. So they'd go west, then south, then north. Then eventually they ended up over on the east side of the city, Popular Street area. Yeah.
Were any other vehicles involved in this pursuit?
Yeah, there was 2 other vehicles involved.
Can you describe the interfering vehicles?
There was a gray and color 2-door vehicle. I can't remember the make or model.
That
interfered. I was primary in the pursuit, so I warned them multiple times to move or get moved. When they refused to yield and continued to put themselves between me and the vehicle I was pursuing, I decided to issue the get moved part.
Beautifully spoken. That's well stated.
Okay. We'd like to enter into evidence Q2 and Q3.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
As for the red and color vehicle, would you like me to talk about that?
Yes, please.
The red and color vehicle, I only saw it for a brief period of time. It tried to do exactly what the gray and color vehicle did, but they weren't very good at it. I just passed them. And what I mean by what they did was try to position themselves between me and the vehicle I was pursuing as to give them space.
Okay. Did the pursuit stop at any point?
Yes. Actually, it stopped
Yes.
twice.
What happened when it stopped?
I believe the vehicle was pitted, and then we boxed it.
Did
and
any...
then the suspects fled.
Okay. Did you follow any of the individuals?
Yes.
Can you describe this individual?
It was a female individual. I believe she had white hair. Not positive.
Many kings men.
Did you witness the individual speaking on a radio at any point?
Yes.
Did you hear anything said on that radio?
No.
I wasn't on their radio.
Did you arrest the individual you were chasing?
Not personally, no.
Okay. Do you recall at any point a panic button being pressed during this chase?
Yes.
Whose panic button was it?
Arlo Fox.
Did you respond to the panic button?
Yes, I was right down the road.
What happened when
foot.
you... Okay. What happened when you arrived on scene?
I witnessed the last individual standing, male suspect, get shot down by Chet Barrett.
Hell yeah,
Did you treat
Chet!
any of the individuals on scene?
Yes.
Which individual did you treat?
Jeanette with the Stovoli or whatever, sounds like a pasta last name.
Okay. Do you recall what this individual looked like?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He also
Did
had
EMS arrive on scene?
white hair.
Yep.
What happened after EMS arrived?
They were wearing almost the
EMS
same
did about
clothing.
jack shit. And
Super Gilgully, please watch your language in my court.
sorry, OG. Sorry, Your Honor. I don't know. EMS took a while, but they proceeded to medically treat the suspects who were on scene. I stayed with Jeanette for the majority of the time as EMS were taking their time getting to her.
Okay. Did you collect any evidence on this scene?
Yes.
Did you do any scene documentation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what evidence you collected?
I collected shell casings and blood around Jeanette and on the south end of the street.
Okay. The state would like to enter exhibits D1 to D2, H8, H9, and H10. Please let me know if I need to repeat them.
It was a D1, D2, and then H8 through 10, was it?
Correct.
Wonderful.
Stand by, Your Honor. Just getting the documents in question.
I love court. We gonna lose.
State
I
has...
still enjoy
State,
it.
I do apologize.
Actually,
The
actually,
defense-
before you do continue, I'm going to recall D1 and D2. I'm just going to stand with the ones that I submitted for each. My apologies. I had notes mixed up.
Any objection, defense?
So that's H8, 9, and 10, with the only exhibits being admitted.
Enter
For now,
those
yeah,
into
submitted.
evidence
Okay.
unless they call me.
The defense has no objections.
Right, so enter.
Trooper Gilgully, can you look at H8 for me?
Sure.
Let me know when you are ready.
That's Jeanette there.
Send it.
Can you describe the scene for me, please?
This is the south end of the street, where blood was seen on the scene and some blood casings or some shell casings. Sorry. The EMS at this point in time are next to Jeanette, and a female suspect who was the one I was originally chasing on foot. That was sitting next to her, making sure she was okay. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Can you look at H9 for me, please?
Sure.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Can you describe the scene for us, please?
Oh no.
We have Jeanette next to the
Kennedy.
police cruiser. The police cruiser, you can see some blood around it. That's blood of officers as well as Jeanette. Shell casings. Some blood further down the street from a male suspect.
That would be correct.
And then you got some people being treated here. I mean, you got both officers one officer being treated by EMS. The officer standing next to the vehicle. There's an officer at his feet. A little hard to see with the picture. Got another officer taking care of a male suspect. And then across the street, you got an officer with another suspect as well.
Okay.
3 suspects.
Can you look at H10 for me, please?
Sure.
This is great.
I'm looking at it.
Can you describe this scene for me, please?
That's a picture of the police cruiser and the impacts that happened within the cruiser. You can see the bullet holes, areas of impact from bullet casing, or not bullet casing, sorry, bullets being fired from a firearm.
Okay, thank you. Which officer did you give the evidence to for processing?
All their officers, I believe, gave the evidence to me, and then I gave it to Arlo Fox.
Do you recall what you labeled your evidence for processing?
I do not recall.
Were you with him at the time he ran the evidence?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
I was.
Your Honor, we would like to enter into evidence, apologies, Exhibit I in total. That'll be I-1, I-2, and I-3.
The defense has no objection to the submission of these exhibits, Your Honor.
Alright, so entered.
Can you describe these pieces of evidence for us, please?
Yeah, well, this is an evidence report. That's what we received back from the people in the lab. Basically, what they do is they run the shell casings and any sort of blood markers and things that we collect on evidence. You can see that I had titled it "Nameless Failure to Identify" turned OIS, my name, the date, and I gave it a kind of an area, a region, south side, as I collected evidence on the south side of the street.
I know. It's making me so happy.
You can see that there are DNA markers that come back from, which is blood, 45 ACP casings that come back to with microstamps. Microstamps are essentially like little serial numbers that are implanted into bullets when they're fired.
Unique markings.
Yeah, it's got some other microstamps here. I don't know, they might all be the same. I'm just skimming over it. Now, there's a few that are different here. For I-1, that is. Would you like me to go to I-2?
If you would, please.
I-2 is the next page of the same collection. I got some more DNA markers and some microstamps and from shell casings that came back from the lab that were collected.
It'll be the same for I-3 as well.
Okay, and can you do the same for I-3 for me, please?
Yep, this is the final page, page 3. Eight items in total were requested. Some DNA markers, microstamps from 45 ACP firearms.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Your
Buck,
Honor,
for
the
your
state would now
testimony
like
today.
to enter O1 and O2 for the court's to review.
Your Honor, once again, we have a standing objection to exhibits O1 and O2. Again, they are labeled as belonging to Logan Kingsman when the owner of the firearm that is being tested in this report has not been established in evidence.
Your Honor, it has been established in evidence in I-1. Specifically, if you look at one of the data stamps that is there and the correlation to the weapons test, the exact match is there. In one of the shell casings. It is going to be the fourth one down.
I know what
it
she's
will
saying.
be
There's
microstamp
no
is 8-9.
documentation.
I believe that's a Y. My eyesight is not good. EW4UZ9001XPQ with a, I believe that's sign.
What they're saying
And,
is
There's multiple
like
there's
this,
multiple shell casings. I
Charlie
believe there's at
Kingsman
least
Endurance
3 that I can
pistol
see on
return.
this documentation.
What number, sorry?
and Charlie
I will
Kingsman
repeat
Endurance
it
serial
as best as I
number.
can. It's very hard to see.
That's not there for Logan Kingsman.
8-9 Yankee Echo.
Ah, yes, I see.
Yep.
I see. Yeah.
Yep.
And just to clarify, the testimony given to the ownership of the pistol, which exhibits was that in reference to?
That would be O1 and O2 only. And it would be testifying to I-1 specifically, and I believe I-2 also has a few of the casings as well displayed.
Okay, sorry about this. I think it might be a few cross wires. So, I guess to try and best describe the question I'm asking would be, Our objection was that the owner of the
also
firearm
not-
has not been established in evidence. It's labeled as Logan Kingsman, but this has not been proven in fact or established in evidence, which is the basis of our objection. So I guess if I could just ask you to repeat your rebuttal, please. I apologize. If I could ask the state
I
to
don't know
repeat
why
their
there's
rebuttal.
not a search of Logan Kingsman.
Your Honor, this is already the shell casings in question have been entered into I-1 and I-2 as recognized evidence, and are repeated again in
not
O1 and
listening to the
O2, creating a
objection.
pattern of event.
We have a further rebuttal if you'd like, Your Honor.
One second. Your Honor, may I speak real quick?
No.
Okay.
Fuck is great.
Right.
Oh, of course.
Counsel, quick sidebar.
I know what she's saying. I know what the problem is. There's no search. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter. Like, they were both shooting at myself. And then they shot at Arlo. Like, I don't even remember my own testimony at this point. I asserted that. I asserted that he shot me. And it was asserted that he saw Logan shooting Arlo. And Chet came in and blasted him. So everybody's seen him shooting. Who gives a shit what gun he shot with? It was a gun. It doesn't matter. I don't know why we're standing on this anthill or whatever that ism is. This is not the mountain to die on. So, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting.
What are your thoughts?
I think I'm on the fence about whether you guys are going to get the first, to be honest. I really think the defense have a good argument regarding proven first. So it really depends on if Jess can hammer this home.
I really hope so. Like, there was other factors just in the radio. The fact that they stopped trying to pick him up and position their vehicle down the street, got out of the car into a defensive position. And also is a contributing factor to attempted first.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I really don't know. I just hope that Jess isn't disheartened if she doesn't get the ruling that she hopes for.
What about me?
Well,
I'm
you
disheartened.
do. You do, but this is her last court case.
That's fair. Yes, he was Geoff's artist. I understand what they're saying. I don't know why there's not a photo of the firearm recovered from him, but it doesn't matter in my opinion because it was testified to by multiple officers
for the
that
moment
he
is going
fired
to be
upon
sustained.
myself and Arlo
We
Fox.
move on to the next question.
Yeah, hopefully Jess can get that in.
Which
Did you
doesn't
witness
matter.
any shooting?
It's already been testified.
Yes.
Who did you see shooting?
A male suspect?
Can you describe the male suspect?
No.
That's unfortunate.
I was looking into the sun. So I just saw an outline of a male.
Okay. Did you go to Pillbox Medical after the altercation?
Yes.
What was your part in that?
I was essentially leading the scene at that point, so I was making sure that everything was taken care of in the sense of maintaining what's the word? Chain of evidence. Making sure that suspects were being treated, were being searched as to assure of safety of officers and other individuals, and organizing how we were going to transport them, as there was individuals across the street who officers were afraid might interfere in the transportation.
Did you transport anyone directly that night?
I don't recall. I moved them from the hospital beds to the cars, but I don't recall if I was driving any of the vehicles.
Okay. When you were transporting the individuals, did you see anyone try to interfere?
Yes.
Can you describe who interfered?
A female who was standing next to the cruisers, actually not far at all from a cruiser that already had a suspect in it.
Was the individual spoken to?
Yeah, multiple officers were telling them that they were already told to move back behind the barriers. There's these metal barriers in front of Pillbox that are not police barricades, but they're like metal fences. From where they were standing, I believe they must have climbed over them to get to the area they were standing. But the
They ran
officers were
right
being too
past my
polite,
police car.
so I was not polite and told them. I asked them if they thought this was a fucking game, and that the 8 officers standing with their firearms out was not indicative of that enough to not cross the do not cross barriers.
You gave them direct lawful orders.
Yes.
I was not the only one, but yes.
How many other officers asked them to vacate the scene?
Ask
Could've
if it
been
prevented you
4.
from
I'd say about 4.
transportation and
Okay.
processing
Was
of
it
the
impeding
suspects.
on you continuing your job?
Perfect.
Yes.
Was the individual placed in handcuffs?
Yes.
Was the individual then brought forth for processing?
Yes.
Were all suspects brought forth for processing?
Yes.
Are you aware if any of the guns were taking off the suspects?
Yes.
Do you recall who took what guns?
No.
Not necessarily. However, I can say that the guns that were taken off of each suspect were placed in respective evidence bags, labeled with the name of the suspect who they were taken off of.
True.
And I personally took Jeanette's pistol off of her that she had.
All right, one more time, Your Honor. We're going to enter Exhibit M, N, and O in its entirety.
So, once more through the breach, or onto, I should say. So Exhibit M, we were too slow on the draw to object to that, so we can't object to something that's already been admitted. Again, we would just have standing objections as the owner of the firearm, specifically for Logan Kingsman, again,
Labeled like
has
they're
not
the
been
registered
attested
owner,
to.
although they are.
Your Honor, in his direct line of testimony,
weapons
and
that
I
were
quote,
taken
I did
from that
ask him if he knew if the guns were being taken away from the suspects. He then testified to yes.
I have
And
a
then
further
continued.
rebuttal.
That
Sorry.
wasn't done. And then continued on to stating that they were then placed in evidence bags, labeled, and then sent off to their respective testing based on their name, which is then referenced on the docket.
I have further rebuttal if you wish, Your Honor.
No need. I'm going to over the direction. Exhibit N and O in their entirety are entered into evidence. Continue.
Are you aware of any of the individuals being GSR tested that night?
Yes, I assured myself multiple times, 3 times to be exact, on every location that the suspects ever touched that they were GSR tested at every location.
Thank you for the clarification. We would like to enter H11, H19, and H21, Your Honor.
Bring it back.
Yep, the no objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Tab.
Can you look at H19 for me, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
I feel like Pretty has the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel puppy. And if you want to present a case to him, you gotta be real quick and dirty about it.
Is this an example of the gun's shot residue test that you ran that night?
Yep.
Okay. One moment, taking a breath. Your Honor, we would like to enter H2 through H5 into evidence.
The defense would object on very similar grounds that I'm sure you're already used to at this point. Those being
We've
the
already been.
specific owners of each pistol, we do not believe has been entered into evidence. I understand that prior rebuttal was given by the state that the respective owners of the pistols were entered into the docket.
You already entered in
However,
the forensic
simply
report
labeling
results.
something on the docket we do not think is evidence in of itself.
Your
Kelly, are you
Honor, the
okay?
individual testified
What do you
that
mean?
the weapons were sent off for testing. The
barking?
labels that are there
A
before
little,
testing and
but it's
after
okay. I knew you
testing
got that dog in
signify
you.
the scenes that
I
were
do.
used for the weapons testing at the time.
But what did you say? Sorry, what did you say about?
I'm going
the forensic
to
We already
reports?
entered and
over the
accepted
ejection.
the
The exhibits are
arms
entered into
testing
evidence. I believe
that
it was
was labeled that
H2
way.
through
I
H7,
have no
correct?
fucking idea. I've not been paying
Yes.
attention half the time. I'm just
Right.
making sure a book doesn't get cooked.
Oh my god. As long as it ain't felony, he's okay. He
Are
said,
you
"I'll
aware of
cover it
anyone
just
being
for the
searched at the
entertainment
time?
purposes."
At which time?
During processing.
Oh, I bet if I go to the bank, I'll be a millionaire.
Yes, multiple times.
Did you
Similarly to how I assure GSR testing on every location being where the scene happened, medical, and then the police station. We searched them at every location multiple times to assure that nothing was missed.
Were fingerprints taken from the scene?
Yes, as the suspects came in, or from the scene.
Yes.
From the scene.
No.
I personally am not aware. I do not know.
Were fingerprints taken during processing?
Yes.
We would like to enter H13 through H18.
The counsel for the defense objects to the submission of these articles. The testimony has been given that they were fingerprint tested. However, this would be under the best evidence rule, that they have simply listed some identifiers rather than identifying
Somebody stole a dinghy.
the individuals via a forensics test, which has not been entered into evidence.
Your Honor, it's part of the due processing when an individual enters. So, as the trooper stated that they took fingerprints of it, it is a way that they can then identify, especially if they are masked up, to be able to continue to make sure that the individual on scene was also properly identified.
I'm able to provide a further rebuttal if so desired.
Oh my god, I love every bottle. It is my favorite.
The testimony has been given, as the state has said, that suspects are
I really want to smash.
fingerprinted. However, there is no evidence as to which fingerprint identifier belongs to who that has been entered into evidence. It is simply stated in labeling. For example, fingerprints of Maze Gray, and then a series of letters. There has been no forensics evidence done or photographing that would attribute those letterings, that code ID, if you want to call it, to the suspect themselves.
Does ask if you lost visual of the suspects at any point in time between them being shot down on the scene to when they were processed. They're not different people.
Sustain the objection on the fingerprints, and I will explain why. Because when they are providing fingerprints to the court, they need to be verified evidence, such as, you know, the evidence reports, similar to like how phone records, you know, if you submit a picture of a phone, it's not
Quiet. I'm going
automatically,
to get my dog
admissible because it's just a picture.
The
right?
fingerprints don't matter though.
Similar in
It's
this
not
case,
different people.
Fingerprints, when they're admitted to the court, need to be photographed on the MDT, and it's how do I say? Yes. So they need to be photographed and not just inputted into the report. I'm going to sustain the objection on the fingerprints. State, you may continue.
Wait a moment, Your Honor. I'm just looking at my notes.
Okay.
We have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Alright, defense, your witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'll be one moment while I just confer with co-counsel and my notes. Hello there, Mr. Gilgully. So, I want to make sure you can still hear me, okay? I understand it's been quite a long trial so far.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Fantastic. So, I've got a series of questions that I'm going to ask now. I'm going to try and keep it brief in the interest of time, so I do apologize if I fail to keep up to that standard. So, did you hear what the suspects were saying on the radio when you observed them speaking through them?
Objection
No.
asked and answered in prosecution's line of questioning.
Sorry. As previously stated, they can ask these questions in cross. The objection is overruled. Please continue.
Okay. Could you just repeat your answer, please?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilgully. All right, just bear with me one moment. Okay. Are you aware of any threats being made against you prior to the incident that day?
Sorry, repeat that.
Are you aware of any threats being made against you prior to the incident that day?
No, it's not often when people like to tell me that they want to kill me.
Understood. Did Logan Kingsman admit to planning to kill you?
Objection asked and answered. The defense asked earlier if he had heard anything directly from the defendants at all during the altercations, and it would just fall under that scope. Unless they're kind of trying to narrow down specifically on that incident.
Sustained, move on.
Alright. Did you collect any evidence or statements that indicate Logan Kingsman or any of the suspects had made any plans to target you?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I'm allowed to lead. This is cross.
Overruled. It's cross.
Would you care to share what those...
So, could you repeat the question, please?
Of course. Did you collect any evidence or statements that indicate Logan Kingsman or the other suspects plan to kill you?
Yes.
What evidence or statements?
While in the hospital, I directly approached one of the suspects, and I read them the Miranda rights, reminded them that the questions that I was about to ask them, they have the right to counsel for and to not answer, and asked him, did you use your firearm and discharge it at officers with the intent to put them in the dirt? That is word for word what I said, and he responded with yes. He also then, I believe, went to plead guilty to that charge.
Do you remember which defendant that was?
No.
Okay.
I just know that they pled guilty.
Okay, no, that's all. I'll just move on. One moment. Alright, so in regards to the scene security you had set up, you mentioned there was a female that basically approached one of the cruisers, is that correct?
Sorry?
So at the hospital, you mentioned that a female approached one of the cruisers, is that correct?
Yes.
Understood. Now, you mentioned barriers specifically in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, the defense would like to admit defense's exhibit, and that would be Exhibit A, A1 and A2. Those would be geography of the scene.
We asked for a pause while we recall such evidence. Give us a moment.
Of course.
Which line was this again?
Bear with me 1 second. I'm just pulling up the exact line. So this would be line 33 on page 2 of the docket.
The court would just remind the witness that there was a motion made, a ruling made earlier that the location of the vehicles would not be taken into account. Just for clarity's sake.
Okay. Let me know when you've been able to have a look at those.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell that's at.
You do or you don't?
I don't know where those are at. I can't find them.
Okay. I think he's asking where they're on in the docket. He didn't get that notation.
Yeah, where are the evidence at on the docket? Because I can't find it.
Yeah. So if you go to page 2, and then it's line 32.
Oh, you know what? It'd help if I go to another page.
No problem. Actually, I do apologize. Line 33. So just below the 32.
Bear with me.
It's all good. Take your time.
You said page 2?
Yes, page 2, line 33.
I'm sorry. I fucking hate technology. Where do I see the lines?
Trooper Gilgally, please watch your language in my courtroom.
Oh my god.
This will
Yes,
be
sir.
your last warning
Yes, Your
before I
Honor.
start giving you sanctions. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you.
So you can see the lines based on the little number on the right-hand side of each post.
Oh.
It's a little hash and then the number.
Oh, okay. I see that now.
Okay. Let me know when you've got 33 up.
Ah, I see here.
33.
Great. So that's going to be Exhibit A1 and A2. If you could just take a quick look at those for me, please.
Yeah, I see that.
Fantastic. You mentioned barriers at Pillbox. Could you describe to me in these photos where these barriers are located?
Yeah, you can see them. They're where the bushes are. There's that metal fence right there. That's what I was talking about.
Okay. Now,
That's not where she came
you
from.
didn't personally see the suspect climb the barrier, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the suspect was arrested for failing to obey the lawful order to vacate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
They seemed quite happy that they were arrested for it.
Okay. Once they were arrested,
Uh-oh.
were you able to then proceed to take all of the suspects to processing? Or once they were detained, I should say.
The reason I hesitate to answer that is, can you repeat the question?
Of course. Once the suspect was detained, were you able to take all of the suspects to the cells for questioning? Or processing, I should say.
No.
Okay.
I was able to continue moving them to the vehicles, but we still were worried about other interference, so it took us a little bit to assure that that everything was clear before we decided to move everybody.
Okay. Approximately how long?
I would say this was an estimate about 5 minutes.
Understood. But once that 5 minutes passed, you were able to bring them to the police department station.
Yeah, I got tired of waiting, and I said, if these guys across the street want to do something, let's see them do it. as there was individuals across the street from which the direction that an officer had said the female had came from. And Your Honor, give me 1 second. Can we call a recess?
Yep, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So am I a little bit naive here? But are they not trying to say that like there was no intent behind it? Like they didn't plan it? Not that they actually shot cops, but just that they didn't plan it. So what's all the fluff about? All this evidence being submitted about like gun casings and shit. That seems really redundant. Like, I'm not daft, right? I know I'm blonde, but fuck. You don't think I came out with green hair, right? I'm the swamp.
Those
bitch.
chips are spicy. Spicy.
Criminal threat.
I'm eating some techies.
Be nice, be nice.
Are you right for drink, Maze? I have water. I'll spit it in your mouth, baby.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna say this again. There's no way that Magnus McCready will find them guilty of first degree. He's the man that does not think chasing you down and attempting to stab you with a knife is attempted murder.
On a serious note, is everyone got food and drink? Because I can do real quick.
I would. I'll be very, very surprised if they're found guilty.
No, I'll be right. I've got water.
Water.
Water? I have
Water.
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 A water bottle. Water bottle.
Bottle of water.
No. Change your T's to your D's. That's how we
Water.
speak back. Bottle.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Mm.
No. You're,
That's
you're
alright.
cutting out the T's.
Everything okay with that?
Bottle.
Super. Wonderful. Alright, stay. You're good to continue the line of questions.
Defense, you mean, Your Honor?
Sorry, yes, my apologies.
No worries.
It's very late.
I
As
understand.
you can see from the very dark skies outside.
Indeed. Alright, Mr. Gilgilly. Appreciate your patience with this. So, clarifying questions that I had. Let me see if I can recall specifically. If not, then we'll just proceed. Okay.
I don't know. Black Hawk.
So
was still a
you
thing.
were worried about other people that were across the street might interfere, and that's why you delayed taking the suspects out.
Objection asked and answered already in the previous question outlined by the defense.
I think I asked about the delay, Your Honor. I asked how long they approximately waited, and now I'm just asking it was because of the people across the street.
Or was a contributing factor?
Gonna overrule, just keep it tight, please.
Yep. Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, you're okay. The delay was to assure that because we had somebody breach what we would consider our line of jurisdiction, I guess might be a good word. Essentially, we were trying to maintain the scene, and because somebody had gotten into that scene, I asked officers to assure that the scene was clear, and there was concerns that since the female had came from across the street, according to other officers, that the vehicles that were parked up there, who officers had radioed when they ran the license plate, had affiliations with the suspects whom we were transporting. That
Why is there a cow at the police station?
that they might try to breach the barrier, the area once again. So that was a part of it, yeah.
Okay, I understand. Approximately where were you when the female approached the police cruisers?
I was in the lobby of the hospital.
Okay. Were you actively bringing a suspect outside at the time?
Yes.
Which suspect was that, do you remember?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was that the first suspect to be brought outside?
No.
No.
Okay. So was one already in process of being brought out?
There was one already stationed in a vehicle. Because of the lack of, because there was so much area to maintain, as we had officers of lower pillbox, upper pillbox, I was, me and one other officer were DVD. We're moving the suspects.
I see. Okay. All right. But you weren't aware of the exact moment when she arrived on scene.
Not
As in-
exactly. I have an
okay.
estimate, but not exactly.
Okay, understood. All right. I believe that answers my questions. Allow me a moment. I'm just going to confer with co-counsel, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Bailiff, please approach the bench over here, please. Thank you.
Oh. Are you getting food and drink? He's taking the officer's food. Damn. That sucks. Yes, he is.
Just one
Right.
1 second, Miss Brown. 1 second.
Of course, Your Honor.
Doing very important stuff over here. Sorry, Miss Brown, you may continue.
Right, thank you very much. So, Mr. Gurgully, just to circle back to the before the shootout, before the hospital, when you were in the pursuit itself, you mentioned a red in color Sultan was interfering in an attempt to put distance. Is that correct?
A red and colored vehicle. I did not specify the make or model.
Thank you very much for clarifying. And just to clarify, that was with the intent to put distance between yourself and the fleeing vehicle, the white in color Sultan?
Objection, counsel is testifying.
Just asking a question, Your Honor.
Could you
As
repeat the
with the
question,
intent of
please?
clarifying, of course. So it was to create distance between yourself and the evading vehicle, that being the white in color Sultan, correct?
Was there a question before that? I missed something.
I mean, I asked specifically, just to clarify, that he testified that a red in color vehicle was putting distance, got in the way to put distance, and I was just clarifying if you could basically expand on that statement a bit.
Objection overruled. Continue the question.
Where's Goopy?
Would you like me
Maybe
to
he's
repeat the
not
question,
around.
Mr. Gogoli?
Yes, please.
Of course. So the putting the distance was the distance between you and the evading vehicle, that being the white in color Sultan, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
Of course. So when you said the red in color vehicle was getting in your way to put distance,
Well, just
you
tell
meant
Mr. Goopy we
distance between yourselves, the pursuing officers, and the evading white in color vehicle.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So in your professional opinion as a law enforcement officer, do you believe that the red and color vehicle was a interference vehicle to try and help them get away?
Objection,
doubt.
compound question.
I believe it's just one question.
The way it was phrased, it sounded like two questions put into one, so we would ask just to be restated and rephrased. At least to the state, it sounded like that.
Could you just repeat the question for the state? I'm going to overrule the objection. Just repeat the question for the state.
Of course, Your Honor. So in your professional opinion as a law enforcement officer, do you believe that the red in color vehicle was an interference vehicle to help the suspects get away?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived on the scene of the shooting, when you responded to Olo Fox's distress beacon, what were the positions of the suspects and the downed officers?
Objection calls for speculation. It was a heated moment. Gunfire was being exchanged. Most likely positions were not really that detailed in the heat of the moment.
I'm going to overrule it. If he has the ability to answer it, he will. Just because a question might
Yeah, it
not
was too
get
good.
the answer, doesn't mean that is speculation. Continue.
Yeah, I can absolutely give you the positions. We had one officer, Aller Fox, was behind the stainier, and a female was positioned on the other side of the stainier. In my professional opinion, indicative of the officer taking cover while the female was trying to fire at them. Just because of the positioning of where he was in the vehicle, where she was in relation to his vehicle. There was another male suspect, which I witnessed fall, and there was no line of contact ever broken between me witnessing Chet Barrett shoot the suspect and me arriving onto the scene. He was positioned. He was positioned in the street, and then the last male suspect was across the street on the north end of the street.
Okay. So you mentioned the position of Arlo Fox and Chet Barrett. Where was the position of Corporal Price?
Oh, Corporal Price was in the street.
Objection lacks foundation. He didn't testify in the previous question that he knew the location.
That is why I'm asking where Price was. If he doesn't know, the
Oh my god,
witness can just
Sonny is in there
testify as
too.
such.
I know this.
Overall, continue.
Yeah. She was in the middle of the street. From the position that she was in, didn't look to be advantageous position.
Okay. Did it look like she was
Very
caught
hurtful, but
between
not wrong.
sort of the one set of
Yeah,
suspects and
unfortunately,
another?
Buck
When you
says
say
things that
not
doesn't
advantageous?
make about
It looked
people's
like
feelings.
she was trying to retreat from an overwhelming force that were surrounding her.
X.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That is true. I should have shot Jeanette first. She had a heavy pistol, and that hurts.
Alright, state any redirect?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay,
What do you mean not this time? She can't redirect later.
one moment.
We now at 2 hours. 2 witnesses.
Do either party need to would like to detain the witness for recall?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
That's
Very
so
well.
unfair.
Then Trooper Gilgully, you are free to leave or sit in the gallery, whatever you may do. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He didn't get contempt, so that's good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, state next witness or piece of evidence.
Do you want to leave? Or do you want
We would like to call our
Absolutely, I wanna
final
leave.
witness,
Okay, let's
Janet
go.
Soval.
I appreciate you, OG.
Yeah, I loved your testimony.
Objection, Your Honor. Janet Soval, I don't believe, was a subpoenaed witness. Yes, she was. 1 second, let me get it on the line.
She was not subpoenaed. She was. There was a request for the subpoena. And I did tell the state that they were to compact down their witness list as they had 11 people.
1 second, I'm just getting the right line, Your Honor.
It was line 9 and 10, I believe. I don't believe I did issue a subpoena for Jeanette Soul.
Then we recall that call, Your Honor.
Very well. Do you have any more evidence to submit?
Yeah, I'm getting to the line. That's part of the reason why I'm scrolling through the docket.
Understandable.
Your Honor, we would like to submit the following affidavits to be recognized as state evidence. This will be R1 affidavit of Coney Phoenix, R2 affidavit of Adam Walker, R3 affidavit of Indiana Center located on line 32. On line 34, we would like to submit this as R4 affidavit of Dominic Van Dyke. And finally, we would also like to submit into evidence. 1 moment, please.
It's on the last page, Chet
The
Barrett.
affidavit of Chet Barrett on line 44 is R5. Counsel for the defense would object on the grounds of lacking foundation. The foundation for the admission of evidence must be established before the evidence is submitted, and that has not been done so at this time, Your Honor. Your Honor, these are affidavits in place at the court's request if the individuals could not attend the court date in question. This was a court-issued order. We sustained the court-issued order to be able to provide all ample amounts of defense given the fact that we had only 4 witnesses to come forth to the stand.
Okay. So I'm going to admit R1 through R4. The affidavit for Chet Barrett, however, will not be admitted as he did attend a deposition.
That's all right. We're fine with that, Your Honor.
Right. Anything further from the state?
No, the state rests at this time, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Defense, floor is yours.
Defense would call Kelly Price to the stand.
Perfect. Oh. Alright. Corporal Price, please take the stand again. Just remind you are still under oath.
So glad to be here.
All right. Thank you very much for coming back with us, Corporal Price. I appreciate your patience in this matter.
No worries.
So, when the shooting occurred, you say that the vehicle was reversing away from you, is that correct? Objection, lacks foundation. So this would have been testified to in direct testimony from the state, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has rested its case. The defense now has to prove their side.
Defense?
I would say that it's evidence that has already been admitted as in testimony given. So we are referring back to previously entered evidence. Your Honor, we're still going to stand. We'd also like to add to the objection they are also leading because she asked for clarification on, is that correct?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please move on.
Okay. When the shooting occurred, where were you positioned, Corporal Price?
Objection, Your Honor. Still lacks foundation. The defense has not built any type of their case to be able to distinguish if any shooting had happened from their point of view.
I mean, they don't have to
Once
ask
again,
me.
Your Honor, it's been established that the shooting took place from direct testimony given by Corporal Price already. We are asking about events that took place that has been established in fact.
Your Honor, no event has taken place at this point. It is the defense's case, not the state's case at this point. They need to give a burden of proof before they're able to continue.
Your Honor, we don't have a burden of proof. The burden of proof is still on the state.
Your Honor, they still have to provide their own defense. They still have to go through the line of questioning.
Alright, cancel sidebar right now.
They don't have to ask me all the same quick. Did you respond? Oh my god, was there a pursuit? That's ridiculous. That would be dumb as hell. Hello, ma'am. They do like to look a lot alike. There's Charlie and Minnie right there. The white hair and the pink hair, they definitely changed it up. Jeanette's back there too.
The objection is overruled. Please answer the question, Corporal Price.
I done forgot the question.
When the shooting occurred, where were you positioned?
I was positioned on Innocence Boulevard, on the sidewalk. The Red Sultan was to my west, also reversed and parked on the sidewalk.
And were there suspects by the Red Sultan?
The female suspect, Jeanette Solville, was still in the front passenger seat when I looked at the vehicle, and after parking up, Mr. Logan Kingsman had immediately exited the vehicle and took a position behind the Red Sultan.
Where was Charlie Kingsman?
Charlie Kingsman was running westbound on Innocence Boulevard towards our position. He was being pursued by Arlo Fox on foot.
So, was he between you and the Red Sultan?
No.
Okay. Were you between the suspects and Charlie Kingsman?
Objection, calling for a conclusion. Oh, never mind. Withdrawn.
Oh, pink is Jeanette.
Right, continue.
I was positioned, yes, between Charlie Kingsman, not when I had first pulled up, but I ended up in a position between them, yes.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, I was just about to ask if I could first.
You have a standing order to be able to approach, ma'am.
Corporal Price, was there a gun pointed at you?
A gun was, yes, pointed and fired at me. Multiple guns.
Do you recall who pointed the gun at you?
That would be Logan Kingsman and Jeanette Solville.
Okay. Do you recall any guns being taken from the suspects?
I didn't search them or seize any weapons. However, they were in evidence and labeled as their weapons that were taken off of them. Those were the
Objection,
ones we
Your Honor. That is beyond the scope of the direct
That's
questioning
fair.
of the defense.
Your Honor, she said that there was firearms present on the scene. We were asking if she was aware if any of them were taken from any of the defendants at any point.
Overruled. Continue.
Okay, can you repeat your question, please? Or your statement, please? I didn't hear.
Oh. I'll do my best. Can you repeat the question?
Were you aware of any guns being taken from the suspects?
Oh, yes. Again, yes, I didn't personally take them, but during processing, I was made aware that there were arms taken from each individual. And they were placed in the evidence locker and labeled with their names. That's how we recovered them for firearms testing. I can also tell you that the weapons that were recovered were registered to each individual, and that's why they were not charged with unlawful possession. Hey!
Okay.
Leave my Takis alone.
You ran the serial numbers of each weapon?
I did not personally run the serial numbers of the weapons, but during processing, when determining the charges, I did ask and was informed that the weapons did return to the owners.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. The witness is testifying to events which they did not personally experience.
I asked if they were aware, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Statement will be disregarded. Move on.
I can testify to what I was told.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm just looking at my notes.
You don't get my Takis, dog. What's wrong with you? Here.
Who else was responsible for testing the weapons?
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of direct, my direct questions were in relation to Corporal Price's location at the shooting and the locations of the suspects, not to do with any relevant testing of any weapons or who processed any evidence.
Your Honor, she just testified the fact that there was that she knows that the weapons were taken and put in bags to be placed into for weapons testing. She directly stated that in her answer to the state.
What was the question? What was the question?
She already asked this question on direct.
I asked if there was any other officers that she was aware of involved with the testing.
Objection is going to be sustained. Move on, please.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Vance, any questions?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests at this time.
Wonderful. Corporal Price, you're free to leave. Okay.
Oh
so, with both parties resting, we'll move to closing. Does any party need time for the closing statement?
A bit of time, not the all-night type of situation. At least 7-10 minutes would be preferred, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to do 10 minutes. I'm going to give this forewarning now. There is a decent bit of evidence and testimony I need to consider in this case. And with the charges being first-degree attempted, I'm probably not going to make a run tonight. I know that is not typical, but I quite frankly do not have the time, unfortunately, to make that ruling tonight, and I would much rather do it in a much more formatted manner with more time to consider the facts, okay? With that being said, is there anybody that is unavailable tomorrow at the same time of 11 Eastern? 6 Eastern?
That would be a little bit too close for the state for comfort, Your Honor. That would be more opt to 7:30.
7:30, okay. Defense, do you guys have availability at 7:30?
I personally do have availability at 7:30, yes, Your Honor.
How about the defendants?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kingsman?
I do have availability, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Gray, are you happy for this to occur in absentia?
Sure.
Wonderful. Okay. Therefore, we will convene tomorrow at 7:30 for the verdict. We will hear closings tonight, and then that'll be it, and then we'll be off until tomorrow. Okay.
I appreciate
Everybody
that.
understand is okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. I will be recess. I will give it until 1:45, the top of the hour. That is 45 minutes past for anybody that doesn't understand my lingo. Recess until then.
What?
It's recess. Thinking about playing some tag. Let me see what these affidavits say. Oh, here. Since I'm done testifying.
Hey, Jess.
Let's have some fun.
Get him to move.
Here's the incident. Left. Oh no. There's a crash right there. Nice pit. Boxing, boxing.
I'm gonna go 6,200.
Let's get the senior to stay mobile. Step out of the car with your hands up. Out of the car with your hands up.
Stop. You're stuck.
Get out of the car.
Let's see
They
some
could be
hands.
waiting
Let's see
for their
some getting out of the
friends.
car.
Hello. This is the police. We're giving you a lawful order. Step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Why not enjoy the moment?
You will be removed from the vehicle.
I'm gonna go after the male. Oops. Changed my mind. Where you at?
The red LED here. Red LED is going to get price.
Abby, I'm getting mobile.
Don't reveal my secrets, bro.
Surrender, please.
Surrender.
I really like Arlo Fox. I think
Just
he's
reach
good
over.
also. That was a valid point. You don't need foundation for the affidavits. The affidavits were ordered on the account of they wanted to cut down the witness list. And there he was on the radio. Come get me! Come save me! He got hit by a car. Oops! Just got hit by a car. He seems okay though.
Wow.
Surrender,
Imagine not on his
sir!
back.
Stop running. We can get you medical attention.
I'm gonna get the car back.
Yeah, Pastor, that's me. Yep. Yeah. Did you know I'm Pastor? No. I'm a shit driver, so. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where they went.
I will do.
Any.
Good night.
Good night.
I love you too. Good night, Maze.
We got the red car on our plate.
Good
Night. Ow!
I'm in custody. Get out of here! Get out of here, car!
was gonna stay here.
Oh.
I didn't notice it until just now, but he actually had a gun in his hand.
Don't get out of me.
That was
Sure, they'll
a
let me back in.
disadvantageous position. Oh, and then I got ran over by a car. Oops. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Where's it at? Get him, get him, get him, yeah, 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 get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get the last one, you fucker! Well, I was a little excited there. Where's it at?
Fire distance still required?
Yeah.
Alright, if you're responding to that, jump on tech 2, tech 2.
Buck is so funny here. It must be as part of their charges, the disorderly conduct. We're just chilling and blocking off the entrance.
Yes.
And I'm like, who the fuck is this bitch?
If there is a situation that occurs, we are on tech.
Hey, lady, get out of here!
What the fuck?
The
Get the hell out of here!
Get out. Leave.
And there were actually 2 suspects.
Are you okay?
You're not entitled to know. Get out of here.
Leave the area. You're gonna be met with force equal to it. Okay, get the fuck out of here. You think we're playing games? You think this is a fucking game? You see lights? You think it's a fucking game?
Get back.
Are you okay?
Step the fuck behind the barrier.
Get out of here or be under arrest, ma'am.
Okay. What barriers? I can't hear. There's like 12 people talking to me at the same time.
Okay, so leave. You heard everybody say leave, so leave. Last warning.
I'm good.
Okay.
Alright, you're being placed.
Put your hands
Well,
behind your back.
there you go. She said she was good. Perfect. She was ready to go to jail anyway.
Let's go.
Can't fix stupid. I don't know why she did that. Teach what you teach. I wanna go play some COD, bro. That's what I want to do. Hmm. 4 minutes. Let's hear these closings. Shall we be here tomorrow for the reading of the verdict? I think so, and then we can go on duty after.
All rise for the Honorable Judge McCready.
Oops.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Disrespectful.
Oh, just don't.
There's a fly, Your Honor. It's fine.
Hope you didn't smash or crack the glass. You'd be paying for it in this aspect.
No, I hit the pull, Your Honor.
Very good. Very
There might
good.
be a
Good-
dent in it, though. I apologize. I don't know my own strength.
Okay. Good aim, I guess. Okay. Well, closing time. I like to keep it to like a maximum of like 5 minutes each if possible. Ideally. So if we could try and follow that suit if possible, that's great. If we go a little bit over it, that's also okay.
Wow.
State,
Fuck
your
you.
closing.
You didn't do that for me. You cut me off in the middle of
Your
my
Honor,
closing
we'll keep this
statement.
very brief. A simple situation was blown out of proportion on October 11th, 2024, and caused several officers' lives to almost been lost that day. Let's face the facts. Corporal Price stated she was shot at, and guns were pointed at her. Arlo Fox, in his deposition, stated the same thing. Buchanan Gilgully also stated he witnessed guns being pointed at the other officers. Trooper Gilgully also stated that forensics and guns were taken directly from the individuals. In Chet Barrett's deposition, you can hear him testify to the individuals also being on scene. Those individuals who had also pled guilty to the scene in the cells, being the counterparts listed upon the docket, verified by evidence and amplified by the state to its case charges against Logan Kingsman. In Gilgully's statement, in testimony, and in Chet Barrett's, you can directly hear that the individual Miss Gray was impeding on the scene and asked by multiple individuals to leave. This can be amplified by Cody Phoenix's testimony, Dominic Van Dyke, Indiana Sinner, individuals who then testified firsthand in their affidavits that the individuals were indeed impeding the scene, designated with lights and sirens and patrol cars on an active situation. The individual then approached, creating the disturbance for the officers trying to do their due diligence and duty. Weapons testing was configured and came back with positive identification for the altercation. That evidence, that testimony, will decide the case and conclude that the suspects planned and executed their escape. Thank you.
Thank you. Vance.
Your Honor, we refer back to the question posed in our opening. Do the actions match the charge? There's no testimony that verified what conversations were had between suspects.
I don't
Simply
need to know their
stating that witnesses
conversations
saw
to know
suspects
their
communicating via radios does not prove any kind of intent, only that radios were there. 3 factors are required for first-degree murder, attempted or otherwise. It must be deliberate, it must be planned, it must be targeted. It requires premeditation. No other suspects are on trial for this charge today. Logan Kingsman is. There's no admissible physical evidence that can specify who fired which gun at which officers at which time, so we cannot beyond a reasonable doubt establish who among the suspect present actually fired upon officers. Testimony from Corporal Price and others states that multiple guns were pointed and fired, but witnesses failed on multiple occasions to positively identify which suspects were taking
I
which actions at
specifically
what time.
stated
No
exactly
prior
what
threats
they
been
did.
made, no evidence of premeditation established, no evidence of any kind that verified the violence took place that day was a result of premeditated intent. These actions cannot be proven to be deliberate, planned, and targeted. The events we can establish, in fact, are thus: 2 suspects fled the scene of a failure to identify stop in a wide-body Sultan. A red Sultan appeared at various points in the chase to prevent the suspects in the white Sultan from being apprehended. It is clear that their intent was to prevent the other suspects from being apprehended by law enforcement. Simply put, they were obstructing justice from being served. A split-second decision was made by the suspects who were actively interfering with the police chase to use force in order to help the conspirator escape custody. Who took those actions, again, remains unclear, but it is
No,
clear
it
that their
doesn't.
intent
I
was
was
not
very
murder.
clear.
Certainly
Oh,
not in
was
the
it
first
not?
degree. If any intent could be inferred, it would be that
Suspects took a split-second decision. They acted without premeditation in order to prevent justice from being served. It was not premeditated, see planned to target and kill these officers. Maze Gray was arrested for failing to obey a lawful order to vacate from government property. Multiple witnesses and affidavits and depositions, as the state mentioned, back this up. She pled guilty as such. Her actions did not impede the discovery, apprehension, conviction, defense, or punishment of anyone who
Yes,
had committed
they
a
did.
crime. Being loud and obstinate at a scene cannot be construed to cause such.
Yes.
It was testified that she
Okay.
was apprehended and then she was processed along with the rest of the suspects. Justice was served. And therefore, Your Honor, I believe that the defense has answered the question. The acts do not fit the charges. Thank you.
I specifically testified as to who got out of the car and who shot me.
Alright. Well. Quite a day, eh? Right. Is there any further before we wrap things up here?
No, Your Honor, we appreciate your time and patience, and the court's patience and time today.
Appreciate it. I understand that it's been a very long trial. Longer than typical ones, but that's okay, because that's how justice works. I thank you all for your patience and time today. I will see you all tomorrow for verdict delivery. Court is adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bedtime.
I agree.
No. That was a lot of fun.
Sir, I don't know you. Oh, howdy. You're dressed interesting
Corporal,
for
how you
court.
Oh, above average.
That was one court case, huh?
It was, yep, definitely a court case.
Fair enough.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Listen, I think you did a great job. Everybody.
Sorry,
thank
Kelly,
you.
I kind of had a... I'll email you what happened halfway through, but yeah.
Oh, right. I was hoping you would ask me a little bit more about,
I did my best. I had so much more planned. Like, I had almost 52 questions, and then they started throwing evidence out of the fucking book, and I was trying to, like, establish it as best I can.
I think you did all right. I think they were inaccurate in their closing statement. I feel like I specifically stated who pointed guns and fired upon my person by name.
Yeah.
Wouldn't worry about it.
But I did my best with what I was given and tried to do it. Thankfully, Buck came through and got most of the evidence, too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I didn't succeed your expectations.
What do you mean? Why would you say that?
I said it.
I think it was well argued.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
See, tomorrow. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like this guy's burden of proof is about as high as Mr. Winstonworth's. Nearly
Yeah, well,
impossible to reach.
I tried to hit them with the same fucking thing that they were trying to do, but apparently judicial procedure was thrown out the window, and I wasn't allowed the same opportunity to do so, according to the judge directly.
Oh, well.
Because I was going to hit them with, hey, they're lacking foundation. Hey, they're lacking foundation, you motherfucker.
I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't really make sense for them to have to reestablish foundation for the entire incident. And then we would just be... It would be redundant, in my opinion.
Well, that's why the state's given X amount of time, and they're given X amount of time, right?
But what are they going to do? Ask the same questions? Or did you respond to an incident on October 11th?
They should. That's my professional opinion. If they're going to hit us with the same objections, why can't we hit them with the same objections? You know what I mean?
mean, I guess so. It's, I don't know, usually
6
the
one way, half
defense
dozen the
doesn't
others.
call a witness.
I've seen them actually call witnesses, though. Many a time. Jack's called witnesses against me.
Yes, I have.
Tried to.
Perfect.
I did. You did good, though.
At this point, it is what it is. Wouldn't worry about it.
I know it was stressful. You did good, though.
Imagine you were prepared. Best you could be.
Kelly, I prepared since 3 o'clock this goddamn morning.
What I want to say
Can I
is you
sleep
should
now?
have prepared weeks ago.
Sleep's not a bad thing to
I
get
just
right
know if
now.
I'm ever going to practice law here again.
Vertigo
I have to
come
find
later.
out where the fuck it says, oh, I have evidence that's been approved on the docket. However, I have to get it approved in the courtroom.
That's been for like a year now.
Okay, well, I guess it's been that long since I've been in court.
Yeah, it's been a year now.
I still don't understand the point of getting it approved on the docket, and then you have to fight for it up here.
Yep, that's exactly what you gotta do now.
You submit it for the consideration of the trial, and then you have to lay foundation to establish it in court.
Hi.
Well, I think I'm gonna go home and
rest.
Play Call of Duty or something.
God, that sounds good right now. Shoot
It's
things.
almost like being on duty.
I might do
at times.
Division. I feel like I'm going home and playing Division 2.
That also
Division 3
sounds
soon,
fun.
please.
Division 3 soon, please. All right, thank you, Kelly. As
Yeah,
always,
thank you. I'll be
hey,
here tomorrow night.
Yeah, I don't want to say goodbye tomorrow night.
You don't have to.
They want me to join law enforcement, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I need a break. All right. You two stay safe, okay? And I appreciate the heck out of you. Stay always above average. You gotta
Always,
promise me.
listen.
You gotta promise me that. You gotta stay above average.
Listen, even if I ain't above average, I'm still gonna say I am.
Good.
Like you don't have to leave law.
I am stepping away from the legal side, yes. I am exhausted, Kelly. I am beyond exhausted
enough.
with a lot of the things that have been thrown at my direction that just shouldn't have happened,
Came
but
over.
they happened.
Trying to sort
So
things in my head, and it's just getting bad.
Well, get some rest.
Okay.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
2 years, Kelly. 2 years. I think I could put my book down finally.
Felt like I was talking to myself.
I hate
and-
reading. I hate.
Yeah.
I write
Yeah, it
them
happens all the
as
time.
reports, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, you also stay above average.
I'll do so. Ready?
Oh my god. Walking into shit. You still awake back here?
Still think you look like Chris Stevens. I'm not gonna
Yeah, I
let
get that a
live down.
lot.
Yeah,
That is,
No,
that
it's
is a
okay.
fact. That is
I've known Stevens for a long time, and I say this with the utmost respect to you. At least you don't have his attitude and his stubbornness.
Dang. My car's still here. I don't know why she did not bring up the fact that Jeanette, who was also a direct accomplice, oh, fuck you, pled guilty to the charges. Oh, it's locked. Look at me being responsible.
We love you, Kelly.
Oh my god, I love you too! That's so sweet. So we going through the thing.
Back 10-8. Do any active need additionals?
Give me uno momento. I will be right back. Listen, this is the thing about Kelly Price. Like I always say, people either love her and want to marry her, or date her, or they hate her and want to murder her. It's very difficult to find anybody in between. So sad. Well, that was a lot. The only thing I wish she would have asked is what, if I was involved in the processing, and why we believed that it met the criteria for attempted first degree.
The latest flag regarding operation of an ice cream truck without a license. What you said? I said get me some.
And you don't have to
Don't
say,
get her some. She
I'm
doesn't need
going
the
to
calories.
kill this specific person. That's not what targeting means. It means it was targeted at specific individuals, but you don't have to name them. It can be a specific group of individuals. It was the law enforcement officers that were attempting to detain their friends over something they felt was dumb. I would say that it was premeditated because after Charlie was tasered, they stopped attempting to pick him up. They were like, nah, dog, fuck this. I'm done. I couldn't remember specifically what he had said, but when Logan got out of the car, he did shout something. But he doesn't have to specifically threaten me either. Like, it was very clear what they were doing. And he actually had a gun, and I did not see it until I rewatched it. He had a gun in his hand when he got out of the car.
We're back tonight. We couldn't find the ice cream truck. Sorry, Gab.
I would be excited for an ice cream truck. Like, he literally got out and took a defensive position behind the vehicle. And then waited for Charlie to be able to pull his gun. They were on the radio right before it. Seemed and appeared to be very coordinated and like planned from my perspective. Give me a second. So I feel today. Somebody gonna see me. What's he doing? Is he buying a car? I think he did. Please don't run me over. Are you trying to run me over?
Thought about it.
Fuck you.
Not intentionally, of course.
I'm so tired.
Maybe you shouldn't lay down there, you know? It's like a spot where people drive.
That's fair. That's fair. It could be obstruction.
Oh, it's Kelly. Okay, never mind.
What do you fuck you? What do you mean it's just Kelly?
Well, I was gonna kick you, man. I'm sorry.
Oh well, never mind. Thank you. I appreciate you not kicking me.
I got you. I got you.
226-10-7-1042. Have an above average night.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Everybody is welcome. I didn't do anything except go to court. We might be back. I gotta stay up late tonight. I just need to go and do some shooting. As we all know, Kelly Price really shoots her gun. Let's go upstairs. Where are you? Oh, let's go this way. Oh wait, it's this way. Let's find somebody to raid. God, I love court. There, let's find somebody to raid. I gotta find the right window. The below average criminal. Ah, that's trademarked. Oh, Samuel Jones. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy. Oh. You're interviewing a judge. Oh, it's probably Montana Moss. Let's go with Ruby Martinez. Wait, who's that? Atomisty. Raiden, wind her up. We might come back later. I don't know, it depends on my mood.
Foundation will be merging with 571 under 571 +1.
Rate it. Let's go. Thank you for hanging out, though. Thank you for making me beat the shit out of people. Thank you for the followers and making my heart happy. Have an above average night. Have a sunny day, and bye.